You have to have some training to really kind of help you out determine what's the dynamics in this family and identify the roles and how the family dynamics have contributed to the substance abuse. And then once you actually figure it out, then you can begin to actually develop a strategy to fix that situation. Hindi ka ganun kadali yun po, right? So, now, going back to our practice, you probably have encountered situation like that. So, among the caseload manager or counselor or whoever have done this, family counseling, sino naka-encounter na ganun sitwasyon na napakasalimuot ng sitwasyon na hindi mo alam paano ka saan mo sisimulan? Anybody who has encountered that and you don't know what to say to the family because you don't really understand? Nobody? Who has been trained in family therapy? Family therapy. Nobody. So you're not doing family therapy. You're doing family counseling, correct? You do? Yes? Okay. So, taas yung kamay ng mga nagpa-family counseling, please. Family counseling. Okay, Ivan. Dito, sa Ilagan. Sino nagpa-family counseling? Wala nang family counseling. Oh, so, okay, family counseling. Isa lang? Dalawa? Okay. So you do family counseling. Okay, but do you do family therapy? Family therapy, no? Yes? No? Family counseling lang. Okay, good. Uh, do you, do you feel, let me ask you, do you feel that you need some skills in family therapy? Is that a need? Oh, cool. All right. That's that's a topic by itself. I don't think we have the time to actually do it. Okay, so kasi ano no, maraming it's a topic, it's a subject, maybe it's a training topic by itself. Family therapy. There is actually a model I like. Kasi ang family therapy can get so complicated, right? And it is extended. And they only stay here for a short period of time. So paano mag-family counseling, na? Kasi most of the model, right? Family counseling, many of them are like long term, a little bit more extended, right? There are so many models. There is brief family counseling. That's one model. One model that I know is solution focused family therapy. Who knows or heard of, who has heard of solution focused family therapy? No, really. Were you trained on it? I don't. Never been trained on solution focused. Okay, so one good thing about that to begin with is you can start anywhere. So each session is unique by itself. So hindi yung na ba, parang sequential na may relasyon. Na ang solution focus is not like that. Okay? So that is a model that probably we can do. And I happen to actually be trained in solution focus family therapy. I like it for the reason that it's brief. Okay, because I know we do not keep our clients forever. No? Time limited na. So time limited in learning. Okay? I like it because it focuses on strength rather than dysfunction. That's another thing why I like it. Okay? So, we'll talk about it some other time. Alright? But, there is such a thing as family therapy and family counseling. Okay, and there is no problem integrating family therapy into our program. No problem. In fact, we should be doing more of it. Okay? Uh, that requires some training and skills. Okay, so that is counseling. Okay, sorry. Nakalimutan ko introduce si Ivan naman. Ivan, dito ka muna. Kaliwa. I-introduce. Akala nila may artista pumasok.
Hi, good morning everyone. I'm Ivan Ray Romualdo and I'm psychologist. I Came from Soc Sergeant ATRC in Alabel, Sarangani province. And I am just so amazed and so jealous of this facility because you have 7 registered psychologists while we have only one. We're struggling to hire more.
Alright, right. Thank you. Thank you. Ako, ang layo pa pinagalingan yan. Sumakay ng eroplano, lumanding sa Manila, walang connection from Manila to Kabayan, kasi isa lang ang biyahe araw-araw. Sa nag-bus siya mo ng Manila, hanggang dito. Pwede na sa simulan din sa libro doon sa travel niya. From sa akin. Dito sa Ilagan. Anyway, I'm glad you got here. Okay. Alright. Um, so, I, we know, no? We will touch on MI, so I'm not going to dwell on this a whole lot. Okay? So we'll have some time in MI. But it's similar. A lot of the things in MI actually that we will be talking about is very much related to traditional counseling. You understand? So many of the technique, the approach on how to handle clients in MI was actually borrowed by uh, the developers of MI from Rogers. You know that? Yes, it's Rogerian. And you know what else they added there? That is unique dissonance theory. Right? Okay? Dissonance theory. Yun ang ginagamit nila dun sa creative dissonance. But that's not original. That's Pistinger. The psychologist Pistinger developed cognitive dissonance. Ginamit nyo yan, inibigay nila sa iba. Imagine na, nagkapera sila. Pinaro nila si Rogers, pinasukan nila ng Pistinger cognitive dissonance, and there you go. You have MI. Okay? But the foundation of science is actually based on that. Just those two. It's really just the skill of them, you know, putting a spin on almost those models and creating like almost a new approach. It's not new. And many of you, I guarantee, have been doing some of those MI techniques. You just don't know. Okay? Alright. So I'm not gonna dwell on this too much because we are going to talk about yan ang lolo mo, I know. That's it. It's like all of this. Okay. This is Sigmund. You know, one of the greatest minds of the century is Sigmund Freud. Okay? Um, because I don't know how he came up with all those things. But many of them actually helps us understand how the mind works. Okay? So he didn't use any microscope. He didn't use any of that. Right? All he did was use his mind and observation. That's amazing. So Sigmund is one of the greatest minds of the 19th century or 20th century. Alright, group rules. Okay, we have rules to follow. Whatever groups you do in TC, we have rules to follow. Okay? And this applies to static group, whatever group. Cognitive behavioral group, okay? This applies. Respect fellow group members and their safety. You will hear over and over the word safety. Okay? Keep it safe. Keep it safe. Okay? Let others speak one at a time. Very important rule. So when everybody tends to speak or talk at the same time, you stop and remind them one person at a time. Okay? Don't let it go on. Stay in seat unless asked by facilitation number one. Everybody just keep seated in the process. That's part of keeping it safe. Listen to the feedback of others even if you don't agree. Okay? Call all said in groups in confidence. And that's sacred to us. Whatever happens in the group stays in the group. Nobody talks about what happened in the group. And that's a major violation when somebody talks about what happens in the group. You can be booked for intervention for doing that. Okay? All in the group are equal. including the facilitator. Okay? Uphold personal dignity. You always protect people's personal dignity. Once a person is attacked, what happens? That person shuts down. Okay? Remember what I said yesterday. Talk about behavior, not the personality. Right? But sometimes you kind of forget that. But after a while of doing that, you get the hang. When necessary, express disapproval of behavior, but not the person. Again, that requires some skills to be able to do that. Talking to the person and yet not talking about the person. Right? Try it with your children at home. Seriously. You wanna try it? And see if they listen more if you talk about their behavior rather than them. You know? And see, if that works. Okay? Okay, so the static group, the traditional static group, it's a form of psychotherapy, depending on who is facilitating it. If this facilitator is really a trained and skillful facilitator, he tends to run it like a psychotherapy. But if the person is not as trained, you run it just like a group counseling. You understand? Okay. So it depends on the skill of the facilitator. Okay, so the person stays in that static group, that's why it's called static, for the duration of his treatment in the TRC. Okay, so really, it's typical of psychotherapy. It talks about the past, all right? Um, okay, but let me say this to you. To me, if I run group psychotherapy, I don't even know the past. Okay, people talk about, oh, when I was 8 years old, I had this very bad experience. Okay, talk about that. So I listen and I let them talk, but then I bring it to them here and now. You understand? So I would say, okay, how does that affect your behavior now? How does that affect your behavior in the community, in the TLC now, in relation to other people? Okay? So I bring it to the here and now. I allow them to talk about the past, but I don't dwell on that. For one reason, you cannot change the past. And when you dwell on the past, or when they dwell on the past, they begin to feel hopeless, guilty, ashamed, because sa kanilang isip nila, sana hindi nangyari. Sana. Right? But if you bring it to the present and say, how is this affecting your relationship with other people? How do you cope with that now? Right? And then you follow up with the question, how do you deal with it? Or how can you possibly deal with it so that, you have a different outcome? You understand? So when you bring it to the here and now, it gives them the feeling of, yeah, I can do something about it. So they don't feel stuck. You go back to the past, you feel stuck because you cannot change the past. But you can change the future and how you respond to the future. Does that make sense? Okay, so TC is focused on the here and now. That's another thing. TC in that sense is very existential. Very existential in its approach. Because it doesn't care much about what happened to you in the past. It cares more about what are you doing with what happened to you in the past, right now. So we do the same thing when we run groups. And in running trauma groups, it's very important to do that as well. Okay? You let them talk about what happened, but you bring it to the present. What is going on right now? And how are you coping? And how could you cope better with what's going on with you? Okay? Make sense? It does? Good. Okay. Leadership or facilitation may be general staff or maybe around primary therapists, depending on the focus. Okay, so again, facilitating. You could be actually you take the lead all the time, in other words, you become a leader, or you're a facilitator. So what's the difference between a group leader and a group facilitator? Quickly, what's the difference between the two? Are they different? Group leader and group facilitator? Dr. Dian.
If you are the leader, you all do the task all the talking. While if you're the facilitator, you allow the rest of the members to talk more.
Okay, so that's one aspect. Okay? So the leader also, what happens is everybody looks up to the leader for solution, answer. Okay? So when you run your group as a leader, they rely on you for everything to fix a problem. You feel that sometimes when you like you do all the talking, then they begin to actually look at you, when there is a question, they need some answer, they look all everyone look at you. That's not a good sign. That means they're looking for your input or answer. Is that a good situation that everybody has to rely on you for answer? Some people like that because it gives them a sense of power. I don't like that. Okay, because really it defeats the purpose of a group where the group should be able to give their input on the group so that they can come up like a group solution. Okay, so that's the purpose of the group, to get different perspective. So how do you accomplish that you have to be a facilitator. You cannot be a group leader. So a facilitator is just like a traffic police. Say, okay, when people are talking all at once, you kind of say, excuse me. You kind of redirect them. That's a facilitator. Or when nobody talks, you know, you you can actually trigger a discussion and say, I wonder, what's going on in your group? Right, so far. So you can ask questions like that. Or you can ask questions like, how does that impact you? Or how does what he said impact you or affect you? Anyone here who can relate to what's said, that's facilitating, right? You're asking them. You are not giving them solution. You are not talking about what is going on, what's the group, and how the group should be running. Okay? So a lot of times, unconsciously, we tend to actually be a leader without even intending. One sign when you are actually moving to become a leader in the group is you talk too much. When you're talking too much in the group, that's the beginning of it. You are leading the group now. Okay? So a facilitator does not monopolize talking. Only when there is an impasse or the group is stuck, then you step in. Okay? Or when you're asked, it's okay. They ask you. If they ask you for your opinion, that's okay. Right? So that's a difference between a facilitator and a leader. So in our model, we would like people to be a facilitator, not in our group, because it is more productive. Okay? And there is less tendency for you to dominate the group. In a very extreme case, some group leaders, they use the group just to, I don't know, it's almost like a sense of power or something. They get something out of it, and it's almost like a performance for them. They become like, when you turn on the television on the weekend, you become like a pastor trying to preach to a congregation. That's what happens. That's not group therapy. Okay? That's called Sermon on the Mount. You're preaching. So a group leader doesn't preach. So that's not a group process anymore when that happens. But I know that happens very often in our community. Okay? The other thing with that is when you think that you have all the answer, that attitude that I have all the answer, I have the best solution for everything, you will tend to be a leader in the group. Okay, so just be aware about yourself. Because some of us have the, have our own style in running groups. Just be aware not to dominate the group. Be aware that your goal is to become a facilitator, not a group leader. Okay, so study group less use of engrossment. Engrossment is a style or a strategy for magnifying a particular behavior. Okay, so the reason for that is that that some members of the group tend to deny reality. Okay, that, and you see that a lot of times. Our clients that we deal with, they are steep on denial, right? So the slightest that you touch any hot issue about their lives, okay, denial rises. So, and that's common among people who use substance, especially those who use it for a long, long time. They're steep in denial. So in the past, these are actually recovering people who develop some skills in groups. They would they would make it look ridiculous. Okay, they'll come up with some scenario where that behavior looks so ridiculous, so everybody laughs at that behavior, but there is no particular person that's being targeted. Okay, so that takes a lot of skill, but they are very good at doing that. Okay, so everybody laughs, including the person who's inside. My goodness, he's talking about me, but you are laughing at the same time. So okay, about that ridiculous behavior. But as a result of that, it changes his cognitive behavior changes. I cannot keep doing this. This is ridiculous. You see, his denial went down because the guy made it so funny that that he was able to look at it, and at the same time at a safe distance because nobody knows that it's about him. You understand? Okay, so they use that, and engrossment is one of that technique. Uh, hu- Humor is kind of risky because it can turn into ridicule. So you have to be very careful. Some people are very skillful, the people who have that really, really that skill, they can make things very humorous. You've seen stand-up comic. I love stand-up comic. Okay, because sometimes it's very therapeutic because you begin to laugh at things about yourself that he's talking about. And it's so funny, right? It's so funny that you can look at it safely. Okay? That's why I like stand-up comedy. I think they should be, many of them are natural psychologists. Seriously, right? Many of the stand-up comedy are natural psychologists. They can really ridicule, they can make humorous behavior, right? And then it's so funny. Okay, so some people are naturally funny that way without hurting anybody. Can make things. But if you're clumsy, you can turn that humor into a ridicule, and you don't want that. Projection and indirect comment. Commentary. That's another technique. You project, you know, uh, something about you, on someone else's. We see a lot of that today. We see a lot of that in the U.S. It's very good in projection in the U.S. Trump. When he says you are actually politicizing this thing, he is the one politicizing it. He is. So whatever comes out of his mouth is an indictment of himself. So I said he's indicting himself because he's talking about himself. And he's talking about other people. Right? So in psychotherapy we do the same. I be talking about myself, how ridiculous what I do, but actually I am rejecting that to someone else's. But I keep it safe, right? Because I'm not pointing at Ruby or I'm sorry, uh, Lydia. It's Ruby. I'm, I'm not projecting it on. I'm projecting on media, and I'm talking about myself. And that's the projection. These are some skills in groups. You see, we lost that art because we don't do it anymore. When you sit down, I've sat down. I had an opportunity to sit down in some of those back in the day when I was sent. I was sent to New York. I was like, I was a new counselor. I didn't know much. I was sent to New York and I sat in one. Those groups were run by ex-addicts. They were like, oh my God, these guys are good. You know. So their group is so lively, right? Because they use a lot of those techniques. And they are master of all those techniques. How do they learn that? Because they learn a lot of groups. So they don't call it group therapy, they just call it groups. But to me, it's so psychotherapeutic. So I enjoy those experiences I have with them. Okay. Yeah, group relationship, how people relate to each other. We focus on that. Okay, so that's basically what a static group is. It's not a boring group. It's a lot of fun. It's very lively. So when I moved to New York, I told you, right? I was from Kansas City. I was in Kansas City. I was actually a school counselor for the star kids. These are kids who drop out from school. We are an alternative high school, so most of our students were dropouts. And it was a tough. So I worked there for a couple of years, and then I did private practice for 2 years while finishing my degree at UKC. Then I moved to New York. So actually, this is my first time to work at outpatient. Outpatient. I told you before that, in my mind, all radiotherapy should go to a therapeutic community, residential. I have, I thought that outpatient is not effective. That was my mindset. Outpatient is not effective. You want good treatment, you want it fast and intense, go to a therapeutic community residential. So anyway, the job was outpatient. I had no choice. I need a job. I need to earn money. So my boss, he I think told me you're going to work in outpatient. I said, okay. So I work in outpatient. This is my first time to handle actually cases, and then work with them outpatient. But it was providential because I honed my skills really in counseling there. Why? Because I cannot rely on any structure in outpatient. No structure. Alright? In residential, if somebody is late in morning meeting, you have a means for addressing that, right? Now, you cannot book somebody for a haircut in outpatient, when you're doing this. These are actually private clients being sent to us. Okay? You cannot book them for being late. so, that's something different. I said, oh, I cannot rely on any structure here. I began to rely on my ability to connect with them. Connect with them. I realized at that point that the only thing I have is the ability to develop a positive relationship with my clients. So I work so hard to really develop that relationship with them. Mind you, I'm Asian, I have an accent. Predominantly, my clients were black, predominantly, and then white guys. I am this tiny guy, and they tower over me. Okay? And I have to work with them, and I have to basically tell them to comply. If they fail to comply, and I report them to the transit authority, because the majority of them are from transit authority, they lose their job. These are people who have been caught using drugs, and they were given a chance to redeem themselves through counseling. And then, if they comply, and give me positive, negative urine all the time, after 3 months I can recommend to go. That's a tall order. What if I make a mistake? Right? So very stressful. And then my first time to work in outpatient. So overnight I have to develop the ability to work with people in outpatient. So that's where I developed my interpersonal skills with clients. Okay. Now I have to run, I have to actually do counseling every day, and once a week in the evening I have to run groups. So I said I have to run group with all these monsters. Alright? Me. So I have to run a group. So I said, what do I do? You know what I did? I said, we are going to run a group where I said, I have rules. You know, and the rule is you've got to be completely honest in there. If you are just BS bullshitting in the group, don't say anything. Say, just be honest. So that was my criteria, and I said, everybody participates in the group. And if you don't believe in somebody, you can confront and ask that person. Do you know that group turned into that? They are so good in that group. I just keep quiet most of the time. I was just like a traffic officer, and they did it, they confront each other. And they know somebody is lying, they go after that person. And then after that group, they all laugh and just fun. They managed to actually do it that way, and that's exactly what I want them to do. You know, in the group, you think everything is serious. Nothing is, the whole idea is to help you stay drug-free. That was the goal. And we are going to help you stay drug-free by forcing you to be honest about what's going on with you. So, because, I, I was just a facilitator. And they took charge of the group. One day, I was coming down and I would have thought you are so noisy up there. Because it became very lively group. But looking back, we dealt with very serious issues. And one of the most serious issues we dealt with somebody who's struggling to leave or give up methadone. You know how difficult it is? If you're on methadone for years to give it up. Because he says, my goal is to really not rely on any drugs in my body, but to give up methadone. But I don't know. If I give up methadone, I might go back to using heroin. And that was the toughest subject in that discussion. So they deal with it, the group, and they give them ideas, you know. I don't know what happened with the guy, whether he gave up methadone. But it shows you that everybody was so into it that they really wanted to help this guy get out of methadone. And then when somebody brings up some issues about struggling with drugs, they do the same thing. Okay? To a point, I got so frustrated. To a point, I have to attend in they have like, they make personal testimonies, right? They do that 3 times. And then they invite me to be present in the first testimonies. And I was the one who actually invited them to go to AA. So what do? I have to go. The thing though is, it was one of the most unsafe place where they have the meeting in Brooklyn. And I have to go there at night. But I went anyway. Because many of those AA meetings happen in the basement of churches, right? And some of those places are really like not the best places to go to. So I would go, just to show them support. Okay? So they accepted me, and before I know it, they don't care if I'm Asian or Vietnamese or whoever. So they were just like, that's Ferdy. That's our facilitator. Anyway, so I had a bond with this guy. So listen, you got to try something. Although maybe it's your first time to do something, but you're not familiar with, have confidence in yourself that you'll find your way somehow. Right? And that was my attitude. I got to try this and I will find my way. Okay, the caring concern group. Related to what I just said, right? Do you do encounter group? Do you or do you not? You don't have no more encounter group? No? No encounter group. Really? Okay. Alright. Let's talk about encounter group. Maybe we end the topic with encounter group. Because I know everybody struggles with it. Okay? Uh, let me show you something. Alright. So I broke down encounter group into phases. I think it's better this way, if you wanna do it. Okay, so you have the verbalization phase, and it explains there what is the goal. Emotional relief or catharsis. Verbalize. What's the conflict? Okay? Okay, it's a personal release. Alright, next is exploration. What's the goal? Develop insight on one's behavior, feeling, and thinking. We explore the source of that anger or whatever it is. Okay? And then we come up with the solutions that we need. Okay? To provide closure. And the last is socialization. So after they have their encounter group, they talk more, they socialize. Okay? Because you cannot possibly center all the conflict differences in that session, in that encounter. So it's a continuation of that process. So there are 4 steps. Okay. Alright. So I know it's many of you feels like insecure about your ability to run the group. Do you feel that way? Who feels like inadequate in running an encounter group? Raise your hand. Feels inadequate. Inadequate. Feeling inadequate. Raise your hands. Okay. And I would raise my hands as well. Okay? I have run encounter groups. But I still would not say I am the best or very confident in running encounter group. Because you don't know what's going to happen in encounter group. Each encounter group is different. That's the thing. It's hard to predict what's going to happen. Okay, so the structure kind of help you manage it better. Okay? So, follow this step. And the whole idea is to keep it safe. Remember the rules? So this and the rules will keep it safe. Alright. Let's talk about I don't know. I think I'm a group. Okay. That's what I'm about to do this time. Why encounter group? Because we cannot avoid human conflict. We cannot avoid conflict. You agree with that? Romel, how many brothers and sisters do you have?
I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters.
Okay. You grew up with them?
They're 2 brothers.
Okay. Let's say you're 2 brothers, so the 3 of you, right? In a week's time, do you have some conflict with each other growing up? Okay. A lot, right? From why did you use my shoes? No. Alright? That's my pants. I never use it. Why are you wearing it? You have those? Okay. Etc. etc. Right? And sometimes you go into blows over those kind of things. Correct? And this is family. Your blood. Your blood. So don't tell me that you don't have any conflict there on a daily basis. Yes? Of course you do. Okay? But you know what happens? You actually do not want to see it. Okay, now, so what? So why is it important to talk about conflict? Because this is an opportunity, if you can handle this very well, this is an opportunity for clients to really grow emotionally mature, fast, to process those feelings. Because a lot of times, those anger and conflict is misdirected. This is actually what they have been carrying out in their lives. They are looking for an excuse to actually take it out on someone that has nothing to do with what happened to them in the past. Do you agree with that? The anger that they bring in here are not caused by anyone in here. Those are garbage or baggage that they carry with them in here. But then they project them on other people in here. So, given that, if we can actually sort it out with them, right, and help them understand, and then go to the very roots of that anger and negative emotion, don't you think they would grow up emotionally? That's a big realization. A big realization. And let me tell you, and once they grapple with that, they handle that, they calm down. Then it has tremendous impact on how they perform in the center. It's the hardest part of our job, of the teaching therapy, the most scary part. But it's also a part or an intervention where it has a lot of potential for helping people grow up emotionally and learn skills to cope with their negative emotions. So, seriously. Now, I'm talking from experience. I'm talking from experience. I have seen residents who are so unmanageable, but when they are able to actually talk about these negative emotions and process it, they begin to calm down. So, with that, how do you deal with those garbage that they take here? That they actually dump all over the place? Or would you rather just keep picking up those mess, right? Because you don't want to deal with it. Because that's not going to stop. Alright? It has tremendous ramification into the recovery. Alright? Okay. So, it is important. Conflict is unavoidable. Okay, so here is a way for you to structure it in a way that is safe. You train them. Okay? Here. Hold on.
Yes. I want to be honest and I want to present you our current situation. Although we are encouraging them to grab encounters with us as often as possible, kaya hindi nangyayari. Kasi ang kinatatakutan ko ng mga patients natin is that parang ibubuk sila, bibigyan sila ng madami kapag nakontra nila yung isang tao, lalo yung officer. Okay. So, paano ko namin kaya
Lalo ring officer. In other words, your officers are actually not well trained. That's what I'm talking about. You're giving them power when they don't deserve, and they have not earned that power. Because you don't let them go through the process. They are not going through the process. You're just, oh, okay, 3 months, but you're going to give officer. Come on. That's not their job. You remember what I said in the beginning? You have to challenge them, let them grow, before you even give them responsibility. And if there is nobody deserving to be officers, then no, you don't have any officers. That's it. That's it. No officers. They have to earn that. In other words, set your standards. You have no standards. So in other words, you are just following something, but there is no standards, no measure of whether this person qualifies or not. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. The first 2 months is the hardest, should be the hardest for them. Okay, you grind them, you ground them through groups, develop their self-awareness, their insight. Okay, and once they go through that, and they have a better understanding, you will have no problem with officers abusing their power. So if that is the case, I would just don't give them any position, no officers. Because they misuse that, that's worse. That's not therapeutic at all. Okay, and what's going to happen? It's actually a jail, a jail, no different from jail, except, they have titles here. In jail, there are no titles. Here, it's jail with a title. It's ridiculous, guys. You're running a prison because they really don't go through what they needed to go through. Rehabilitation. Okay? Now, I don't know how to fix that, but you understand what I'm talking about. You can follow me, right? And you see it, and you need to fix it. And I know you can fix it. Don't give them position. God is the place. Okay, so that's why they have to go to the encounter book. How are they going to mature? You will end up this thing over and over because they don't know how to handle their emotions. Okay? Alright. It's my book. Okay? I'm not trying to promote it, by the way. But I'm making a point. Do you know, sometimes it's too much to ask, not sometimes, often, it's too much to ask for our residents to express their feelings because they don't even know what feelings are. Fair statement? So, before putting them in the encounter group, I actually developed, okay? Okay. So, thank you. There are exercises here. Okay. It says encounter group a training module. Okay. So, in my mind, since they are not sophisticated in identifying feelings and emotions, we have to go back to the basics. Help them. Help them understand what are feelings and emotions. Right? Okay. So I have exercises here. This is before you even do the encounter group. Functions of emotions, definitions. What are emotions? Okay? And this is, you did some, it's a good process. Awareness of feelings of emotions. You train them to identify feelings and emotions before you put it on the encounter group. You do a workshop. This is just like I don't know, 5 days. There's session 1, 2, and then 3, practicing empathy. Okay? Homework, read empathic listening, guessing emotions from stories. Very basic. Okay? Yeah. This is like educating them about emotions. Session 5, my inventory of difficult emotions to cope with. Okay? And then if there is a good process, you guys have this book. You have this book. So nobody actually read it and applied what is in the book. Come on. Don't buy the book if you're not going to read. Please. I don't have enough. I didn't bring enough, for everybody. So those who want to buy, please read the book. It's in the back, and you have that. This is the idea is before you let them sit in the encounter group that they have some idea what are emotions and right? We're jumping. There's a gap. Okay, am I making sense here, guys? Am I making sense? When I say that our residents are not well trained to identify emotions, to even understand what emotions are. You agree with that? So, what do? We educate them about feelings and emotions. So that is a group process where there are actually activities that they can do. It's not like a cognitive behavioral model of groups. Okay? So, you know what? I just developed that because I identified the need. Okay? So here's a lesson here. You're like a laboratory of human psychology. You can develop models probably better than this. You know what? When you're encountering a situation like that, develop models. How do we fix this? Right? How, what kind of groups? How do we educate them? Yes. Let me tell you, you are relying on external cognitive behavioral this or that or that. That doesn't really fit very well with your model. Rather than that, because I'm sure you are very capable, you're in the field. Some of these people were researchers. Those people who develop some of those models, they're professors, they're researchers, they are not people like you. You're in the front line, you're doing it already, right? So find a solution using whatever, cognitive behavioral or whatever model, but suitable for your own thing. I did not copy this from somebody. I just came up with it from my own observation because everybody is struggling with encounter group. So I said, what can I do to help them with it? Okay? So if I came up with it, I'm sure you can come up with something. Probably you can come up with something better. Right? So look at it, change it, make it better. Whatever you do with it, I give you permission. How's that? Right? It's just an example. Okay, so that's how we fix it. See, if you encounter a problem like that, don't give up. Don't turn a blind eye because it will not fix the problem. Rather, put your head together and say, how do we fix this? Okay, so going back to the importance of accountability. It is important because we cannot avoid conflict. Because we cannot avoid conflict, it comes out sideways. How does it come out sideways? They turn your TLC into prison. That's how it comes out. Yeah. It comes out in under different ways. They remain emotionally immature. They remain emotionally immature. They have not grappled with their problem, with the reason why they ended up using drugs and they ended up in here. Our goal is to help them understand that. How did I end up here? And how can I change my life? They will not begin to ask those questions unless we are able to actually help them, understand themselves. Develop insight. How do you develop insight? They don't even have, like I said, they don't even understand why they are angry. And who is telling them that your anger and all these things are things that happened to you in the past and you are bringing it in here? Am I right? You did not cause those anger, did you? Nobody in there caused those anger. Okay? They didn't know each other before they came in here. Okay, so we know, now we know, we are all cognizant about what is going on with them. We fix it. So try that. Before they come to you. Do a workshop or let them go to a workshop. Look at it first, and if you find it suitable, you don't need to change anything, keep it. If you feel like you want to change it, add something, I give you permission to do the same thing. Just do something about it. Is that fair? Yeah. You have to put it back. You have to put it back. I'll give you a story. I told you I like to tell stories, but this is real. In my 8 years of working up there, we never had a single fist fight. 8 years, no single fist fight. Our clients were referred by the court, half of them, and half are voluntary. So don't tell me that these are different lives. No. I'll tell you something, which is tragic by the way that happened. It's not perfect all the time. We have one guy who got killed inside. Okay. And this guy was an alcoholic. And we had two very young clients from prison. They were about 15, 16, and they were the most uh, uh, difficult clients. This 15-year-old, right, the reason why he ended up in our program, he raped an old lady. He raped an old lady. Okay? So you know this kid, 15 years old, is already a sick person. We admitted him because he came from Jets Belarus. He was our friend. He said all our background. Most of our clients came from his school. Okay? So we accommodated him because he said, I have no place to put this guy. He's only 15 years old. I don't want to put him in the Lupa because he's gonna get worse. So we admitted it. We made a mistake. How? He was isolated, this guy who was on an LE or a sanction, and he was asked to be trash. We used to ask people to get trash to be put the trash, right? So we had a spade, pala, and two of them. And then we have this old man who was actually having delirium tremens because he was withdrawing from alcohol. These two guys played around with this guy. They ended up they ended up hitting him with a pala. So the guy died. Okay? So two things. First is the negligent part there was not alcoholic because should have been put in an isolation. Not with these guys. And those guys should have been monitored and supervised during the classes. That did not happen. A big mistake. Okay? In fact, that was blame on me. What happened? You know what was the blame? That I admitted the alcoholics. Okay. There was nothing irregular in that admission because I asked our psychiatrist, was Dr. Abbas, understanding about it, and he cleared him. He says, I gave him Dilantin and he can do it. Because we have done that in the past. But you need to be supervised. He has to be in a room, somebody has to supervise him and give him the medication. But you don't have. But because of the admission officer, he was blamed on me. It was very unfair. Alright? By the agency. The psychiatrist who's the vice president told me, don't worry about it. It wasn't your fault. If anything, that was my fault because I give you permission from that person. That's the story. That's the side story. So, it was not always perfect. Okay? Okay, now, we cannot help those two guys. Inside, those two guys did not, the two guys did not belong to us. They are psychopathic patients. Those two guys did not belong in the DC. Okay, so talking about that people in the program, those are some of the clients that we have. Alright? And despite that, like I told you, we never had any fist fight in the 8 years that I worked there. Why? Because of the people. Okay? And you know what? I work in the US too, right? Big facility, 200 in one center, 200 people. And we have several of those. We never had any fights. Never. Why is that? Right? And these people are mostly on probation or parole. Okay, so encounter group works. It works. How did we manage it? Because we did it. In fact, we didn't have this phases. We never had a phases of the encounter group. We just did it raw. So who has bad feelings with each other? Raise your hands. Okay, sit there, okay. What's the problem? Then express they go for it. We allow that before. Curse each other. We don't allow that anymore. You don't have to curse in order to express your feeling. So you really find it. We have a more structured encounter group now than before. But what we had before worked. So why would not this work? No question. Laura.
Yes, no, good morning. Um, as we always experience conflicts within the center among the residents, the usual practice is to give infraction or to give punishment to the individual who are involved. Now, if after the encounter group and the problem has been settled among themselves, we still continue to give them what is due because of their violations of our rules.
Okay. You see, that's a problem, Boro. Okay? Uh, because you're mixing up violation and encounter group. Whatever is expressed in encounter group, that's different. Okay? You have to separate because you know in their mind, oh, if I express my feelings, I am gonna be punished. So how? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Usually kasi Doc, siyempre yung kung bago magkaroon ng encounter group, may nangyari. Kaya,
Okay.
pagharapin mo sila doon. Di ba? Di ba yun yung process? Na may nangyari na may conflict sila. And then, we put them into an encounter group for them to settle the issue. So, ibig sabihin, meron silang na-violate na ron, naghamunan sila, magmeron. So, do we still need to follow na ano?
No, do not. Okay, the fact that they agreed to sit in the encounter group, there is, do not consider that a violation. In fact, acknowledge them and say, well, I'm glad you actually agreed to have an encounter group. Do not punish them for that, threatening them. That is part of the problem, the conflict. That's why we're having the encounter group. Because if you punish them and say, because nagdirihan ka, nagduruan kayo, violation yan, then you are actually, what? Discouraging them from using the encounter group. Because they will be punished. That's what's gonna happen. Guys, I don't know where you come up with that. Because that is like, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, Doc, thank you for that.
Okay, it doesn't make sense. Listen, I think, okay, so before that, why don't we do this? Train them or give them a seminar on what is emotional, breakdown is accountable for that. Do a seminar on how to run it, and then sell it to them. Sell it to them and say, listen, most people who do very well in a program, they begin to actually learn how to handle their feelings and emotions. Break it down for them. Tell them, what's going on in there. What's going on in there? It's prison. Is this where you want to live? Is this good for you? Do you accept this? This is your house. Sell it like that. Yes.
I think the problem with the encounter group that we were mentioning first, it's a reactive encounter group. We wait for something to happen before doing the encounter group. I think the encounter group should be regular, scheduled, even without any event or incident.
That is the idea. That's why I'm asking you, are you doing it? So now I understand. You only do it when there is already a problem. It should be proactive. Right? So if you schedule that, okay, we'll do it twice a week. In fact, this is how we tell them. Okay, you have a problem with each other. Okay, encounter group is 2 days from now. Keep a lid on that feeling and continue to work with each other. That's how we tell them. And they will be working with each other like nothing happened. But come to encounter group, you will be surprised how mad and angry the other person. What's the lesson there? The guy, we are teaching him to hold and control his feelings and emotions. Control. Okay, until that time. That's how they grow. That's why we don't have any fight. Many of them are capable of holding their feelings. Seriously. Okay? So, I challenge you to get to that point. And I'm sure you will be able to. And like Roman said, schedule it. And you know what we do when nobody drops feelings and emotion? We do a house meeting. I show them the box. This is another box. How come there is nobody here dropping any slips? Are you telling me that there is no conflict in here? So I said, you are not following the program by doing that. So make a big deal of that there's no slip. So you put a demand. I want to see slips in this. And little by little you will see people, until they get familiar with it and they get used to it, it becomes part of our culture. Once it becomes part of your culture, you have no problem selling it. But at the beginning, you sell it. You do, use leverage, like I said, to compel them to actually try it. Okay? So do a seminar, like, you have the model there, try the group, and see, if you can educate them on what is feelings and emotion, and then do it. It has to be the rest of the community. Why? The reason why it is public, because everybody needs to know what is going on with everybody. Okay? So, yeah, it's a public encounter. Now, if it gets too big, we break it into like two groups. That one is okay. But it has to be public. Okay, question, comments. Are we good? Everybody understand the situation? Yes. Do we have the means to fix it?
Yes.
Do we have the will to fix it?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask Dr. Chia to invite me again.
Yes, Doc. Good morning, Doc.
She's online.
Ah, ah, I don't CCTV ka. Ano?
Yes,
Wala na
Doc.
sinabing mali.
Marami kaming natutunan sa'yo ngayon ulit.
Oh, Doc. Okay.
Oo.
Thank you, Doc, for listening. Okay,
Yes,
so
po.
do I have your commitment? That
Yes,
you are
Doc.
gonna fix it?
Yes, Doc. Kailangan talaga.
Thank you, Dr. Listen, Dr. knows this. You can reach out to me if you hit a snag. Okay? And I make a commitment that I'm gonna respond to your question. It's not like after the training, it's not like I leave you by yourself. If you have a question, I always say, you can email me, you can talk to me in Messenger, and we can even talk, whether in New York or elsewhere. Okay? So I'm open to that. And I have done that to other people. So let's fix it. And I guarantee you, if we're able to fix it, you will see a tremendous change in your life. My worry is this. We already shortened the program, right? By shortening the program, I begin to wonder, are they getting the effects of treatment really? You understand? So if we cannot do a very basic thing, but we really help them make a breakthrough in themselves, to overcome whatever difficulties or challenges they have in their lives, including addiction, you really have to. That's our goal. Okay? So even if it's short, if we work harder and really become selective in what we, implement and then do it correctly, you will make an impact. Okay? So, I'm glad, we are all on the same page with this.
Doc, excuse me, Valentina. Good morning po. In,
Go ahead.
facilitating po the encounter group, is it a must that as staff will facilitate the group encounter?
Okay. In the beginning, yes. But, okay. No, let me change that. Because that would take forever for us to get to a point where we have a resident who is capable of doing that. So to be safe, yes. But you have a co-facilitator who's a senior resident. Okay? So get a senior resident who has grown in the program, responsible, and knows how to do this to be your co-facilitator in accountability. But the staff should be there all the time. Yeah, because of accountability also, we have to be accountable, especially with this. All right, so yes, staff and a co-facilitator. Now, you can have two staff, and then you have other co-facilitator residents. So you can have two staff and maybe one or two residents, senior residents co-facilitating. Okay? All right. Sorry.
Dr. I have a question po. After encouraging the patients to express their feelings and emotions, how are we going to resolve the conflict between them?
How do we, I'm sorry.
How do we help them resolve the conflict?
Very good. Okay, so a lot of times, right? Once they first, in a conflict there is emotion, right? And the emotion cloud their thinking. They cannot see clearly. That's the purpose of that verbalization. Be able to verbalize and express it. Once they're able to actually express that, and we always ask them, are you okay? Is there anything else you want to say? Ibig sabihin, can you talk now? Clearly. So once they are able to pass that, right, and talk, they can actually talk about what happened. And a lot of time, like I said, it's a projection, right? And somebody, so, yung sinabi niya, nasaktan ako, ganito, so parang ang pinalalabas mo, ganito, ganyan. And then the other said, no, that's not my intention. You understand? That's not really what I meant. That's not my intention. But they never had a chance to really talk like that because nagalit ka agad eh. So now, malinaw, right? No. Okay, now. Then the person will say, do you accept that? Do you accept what you said that you did not intend? I say, yes. Okay, so that was the conflict. You must receive, what he said, So you can even ask, where is this coming from? Why is that a big deal for you? Okay, so I'm turning it into clinical now, right? So what is that coming from? Does that happen to you all the time? When somebody say something like that, you take it personally? So why do you think you do that? I mean, you can leave it at that and say, I think you have a lot to talk to your counselor. I mean, you cannot do therapy right there, but you open something. And then, I want you to talk to your counselor about this. I think you need to explore that. Are you open to that? I said, yes. Can I get a commitment from you that you will do that? Yes. I'm going to follow up with your counselor if you have to talk about that. Okay, so you understand? So now the accounting group becomes also a source of clinical information that the counselor can follow through. Isn't it wonderful? So the encounter group is a good source of clinical materials that you can continue to work with your clients. And you're talking about these are issues that the clients have been grappling with and probably contributed to him having some problems in life. And you got it from the encounter group. Okay? Make sense? Alright, cool. Gee, I keep talking. It's actually break time. It's 9:30, right? Alright, let's take a break here. Come on at 10 o'clock. Is that good? Alright.
Nasa naka-online po.
Uh, that's the goal. Resolve the problem. If you explore that, have your understand conversation, then you identify vulnerabilities. Okay? So you said, okay, so you saw that, but you also respond this way. Okay, so maybe you could have responded differently. So because you respond was not appropriate. that was up. You agree with that? That's how you help them come into understanding who is responsible for what. Because there's a saying, it takes two to tango. They both of them have a shared problem. So you identify what is your share of the conflict and what is your share of the conflict. And then you say, okay, you agree that this is, you're responsible for this. You agree that you're responsible for this. Yes. Then go. So you found a solution. Alright? Okay, this is maybe like 1 hour. Actually, no. Meron po. Okay, so, pag ganun ang nangyari, uh, what you can do is look at others and then say, para matapos na ito, then we'll get back to it. So, what is the significant time this process? Okay? So, move to the next one. Let me go back to it. Because you want, the goal is to finish the, yeah. And so you cannot keep going, and just to step it up there.
So, as facilitator, it is our role na i-process the feelings.
That's, the end. It's almost like, let's follow up on this video. Don't worry.
Doc, yung merienda niyo po.
Thanks. Okay.
Marami talaga kami gagawin after this.
Maraming assignment.
Oh, ngayon alam nyo na ang purpose of that talaga. Tapos lagi tayo magpa-consult kay Doc. No problem. Oo. Yung graduation, kailangan mo talaga. Hindi, dapat kasi hindi. Dapat may graduation ng hindi sa graduation. Hindi natin yung parcel.
specific for understanding from all concerns, but obviously it was negative yes or taking very good for people.
Nagsisimula yan. It's building them from ground up. How they perform, in the early part of treatment. That's why, I have the first general residents that begin, right? Then they become next first position they can have is expedite. So before you promote them to expedite, they have to prove themselves, right?
Because each technical have a criteria. If we don't further any job description based on each
No, it's not really something. It's really based on criteria.
as a criteria.
All of the promotion is based on criteria, not the discretion of any one person. And but there should be like you can meet, there should be like a meeting, people who are in the role,
It's the power virtually, that's how we do it.
and so it's not just one person.
Yes, sir.
Any of the developers will criteria. You're also colleges. Ilan kayo? Ikaw?
Tapos meron pa kami license no, sa ulit, nasa aftercare program siya.
Kumano kayo? Okay, so let's resume. Please close the door. Okay, so we'll move on to another topic. We leave the teaching part based on the country group. There's a lot to talk about with the country group, but it will take up most of our day, you know. So when you have a copy of the slides, just go over it. And then we'll cover it in the action plan, who's responsible for looking into improving the country group. Okay? So we have one person, or maybe, you know, like a team to really work on it until it gets fixed. Is that okay? Is that a good plan? Okay, good. All right. Well, so let's move on to the next topic. I lost my ID guy. So, hmm, okay. Oh,
Ako na lang. Ano pong kailangan?
yung next lecture, day 2. Okay, that's day 1.
Yeah, sir.
Day 2. Ayan. And then, community halo na teaching. Oh, this one.
yun. Okay na.
Okay, so we talk about community as method. So we keep, I'm sure you hear community as method, community as method. What is community as method? So this is a way to make it operational. You know, so from conceptual to operation. All right, so, and this is also related to how the thesis also structure works. Okay, so what is community as method? The community is the focal point of therapeutic process. Okay, so that's our what we call where therapy happens in a community, right? It's a source of healing. So as opposed to the therapist or the psychiatrist or the doctor or the counselor, okay? It's the community is the source of healing. Okay, so to make it operational, we have to look at four overlapping operational functions. First, effective replication of the thesis structure by the work departments. I'll break it down more later on. Next is supervision of the social hierarchy. Third, functions of the coordinator of the day. And then finally, functions of the staff on duty. Do you still have that? Do you have staff on duty?
Yes, sir.
Yes, right? You have a coordinator office. Yeah? You have yes, a coordinator, and then you have the assigned the coordinator of the day. That's where he is. He stays. Okay, so let's talk about those four. Okay, so it's a graphic representation of how the thesis is structured. Okay? So look at that, look at the big triangle. That's your TRC. And then in that TRC, you have the top is the director or the chief of hospital. Underneath is the assistant director or probably the CHPO or program person, whoever is in charge of running the program. It could be the SAO, that they belong there. The head of the medical department, the heads, no? Which they all assist the chief of hospital operate, run the TLC. And then you have the transdisciplinary staff, social workers, psychologists, teachers, house managers, nurses, etc. Okay? And then you have the staff on duty. Okay, so you get one person from the transdisciplinary and or from the caseload. I don't know how you structured it, but somebody has to be staff on duty. And the staff on duty oversees, okay, how the residents functions. Okay, and see underneath that, the staff on duty, you have the resident coordinator of the day, and then the chief, assistant chief, expediters. Okay, so that's basically the structure, correct? And then you have the general residents underneath, correct? Yes? The general residents. Are they structured too? Are they divided into their assigned departments?
Yes.
Yes. So if you look at the composition of that department, it is also hierarchical, correct? So you have the resident coordinator of the department. I don't think, yeah, you have that. And then you have the department head under that, which you do not have, right? And then you have the assistant department head, and you have the general resident. So it could be, the triangle could be more depending on the number of departments. But that's how we organize the residents, the general population, right? So when I speak of replication of, okay, the big triangle, it is replicated in the departments. Okay, so you understand? So the big triangle is replicated in its department. So in other words, each of this department, it functions like a little community, especially in your big house. Because let's say you have 4 or 5 departments, you will have what? 20 people there, more or less, right? And in some other TC, that is a TC already. They have 20 people. There are some TC outside that have 20 to 30 people, residents. That's a TC. So in effect, this is a little microcosm of the big triangle. You got it? Now, by organizing it that way, it is easier to manage our population. You agree with that? Because if you don't organize it that way, how do you supervise 150, 160 residents? Okay? Knowing how everybody's doing. Understanding, about their progress in treatment. It will be tough. You cannot do it because you have other functions. Right? You cannot micromanage each of those people there. If you don't have this, how are you going to monitor that program? How are you going to monitor their daily activities, their needs? Okay? So by doing it this way, it is easy to manage even though you have 200 clients. Nobody gets lost. In this system, nobody gets lost. Right? If without that system, I bet you wouldn't even know where residents are. Okay? So let's say, you have no system and you ask for somebody, find Jose for me. It'll take forever to find Jose. Okay? You don't know where Jose is. You don't even know Jose already went home. Okay? Now here, it's very easy. Find Jose. You can find Jose by just going to the COD. Say, COD, find Jose. And COD knows where to find him. He goes to the department. What department does Jose belong to? Okay, then you know where he is at. Ask the department head. Get the expediter. Go to the kitchen department or the housekeeping department and find Jose over there. Okay. So you know how that works now, right? Okay. So that's what I mean by replication. So it has its own activities, right? Department they have their duties, and they have the chain of command. Okay. Is that clear? Yeah? Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Each work department replicates a larger structure. Now, this is the structure within the department. Department hierarchy. You have a staff overseer for each department. Do you practice that? Is there any staff assigned for each department to be the overseer? And now, what is the purpose of that? Because you have to remember, there is a coordinator in that department. There is a department head. There is a ramrod or an expediter or assistant director. Okay, so the overseer staff is responsible for making sure that that department is functioning. Okay? That also prevents corruption. See, now you're telling us about how the officers are abusing their position. But if you are overseer staff there, he can actually prevent that from happening or fix that problem right away. But if you leave that all to the residents, you have a problem. Okay? You don't have a mature TC yet. Once you achieve a level of maturity in your TC, the overseer staff doesn't have much to do. Because each department will be able to function by itself. Right now, I can just guess that each department is really not functioning the way they should be functioning. Okay? So you get the idea, right? Okay. So let's look at the general functions of the department. If we follow this, each resident will be busy every day. There is very little downtime because each department has a function. Okay? So let's look at the department, functions of the department. Oversee the members' performance in the job functions and program participation. By the way, you know who makes this happen? Who's responsible for this? The department head, assisted by the assistant department head. Remember what I said, that we train people, really ground them into the program. This is where it's happening. Okay? The department head is the workhorse of that department. He works so hard, okay? Because we are training him to be the next level coordinator. If you do not do this, you will have a very weak coordinator. Okay? So, the coordinator comes from the department head. That's the next level that he goes up to, right? Okay. But look at what he has to do while he is a department head. Oversee members' performance in the job functions and program participation. In other words, how does the person under me, I'm the department head, person under me, carry out his job, and what is his level of participation in the program? Those are the two criteria. Okay? For a resident, for us to say the resident is doing well. He carries his job function well, meaning what? Initiative, responsibility, timeliness, pride and quality. Okay? That's the criteria. That's what the department is looking for. And then participating in the program. What does that mean? Getting involved in the morning meeting. Using the encounter group. Okay? And any other group activities. So in other words, if I am department head, I look at how each member of my department is engaged in the program. And it is my job to talk to them if I'm not satisfied with their participation. Okay? So, I might talk to someone and say, listen, you do not do your work very well. Number one, you're not on time, you're always late. Okay? Next is, you do not, no pride and quality, you have no pride and quality, you carry out your job, you just do it for the sake of doing it. That's not good enough. Okay? You better do better than that. Another person is hard worker, does his job, no problem with the job, but still doesn't participate in the program. Department head talks to him and says, listen, you are not doing well in the program. You might be working, you think you're doing very well with your job, that's not enough. You're not here to do the job. You're here to actually get help for yourself. What are you doing about that? You're not participating in morning meeting, you're not using the encounter group. That's the way the department head talks to his people. Okay? In other words, the department is helping you get people to get involved in the program. Not the staff, but the department head. You know why the department head? Because they know their people better than you. They live together, they sleep together, they eat together, right? You go home, if you're staff, you're not here 24/7. They are here among themselves. So the department head knows what's going on. Okay? Alright. Next, monitor members' whereabouts. I'm the department head, I should know where my people are. So, I have a rule in my department. If you want to go somewhere else, you better tell me where you're at. Okay? I need to know where you're at all the time. Okay. Next, evaluate members' readiness for moving up in the structure. I, as a department head, also determine who is deserving to get passes, privileges, and who I can recommend to go up, maybe to become an expediter. Or who are those members in my department I need to send to another department so they can learn something else. Maybe I have somebody who is very good in, in his job. He's not getting anything out of it anymore. I can recommend him in the job change to go to another department. I can recommend that. Okay? Board members accountable for participating in program activities or meetings, etc. Okay? So, if I am a good department head, I make sure my people are actually doing what they're supposed to do. Okay? And I have a say about who gets requests. I make the recommendation. Or I am consulted by the department, by the coordinator. They say, okay, we have these passes coming from your people. What do you say? Is it deserving or not deserving? Who is in a better position to determine who is deserving, not deserving? The staff or the department head? Exactly. And yet, we take it on our own to say, oh yeah, he's deserving. On what basis? That's why you have some problems with some residents. How come he got his pass? He's a lousy, crew. And I didn't get my pass, and I'm working so hard. That's what's gonna happen when it depends on the staff actually making that decision who's deserving and not deserving. You really don't know who's deserving and not deserving because you are not there all the time. Am I right? So it creates more problem among them. They say, oh, they probably just lost the coin in the office. That's probably, and then they don't have any passenger decision because they feel like it doesn't, there's no rhyme or rhythm. Okay? So follow that system. Because that's how you ensure fairness. Okay? Now, some people, but department heads are not perfect. They can also say, yes, that's why we have coordinators on top. Okay? Because if the department head makes a big mistake, who gets it? The coordinator. Right? The staff comes down and coordinator and say, listen, that is your department head. How come he made such a big mess? Okay? And then there is the sub overseer holding the coordinator accountable. You see the level of checks and balances? We're talking only about the department here. Okay? So, kita mo, pulido yan, yung sistema. Pag we-practice it, pulido ang sistema. Okay, it's very comprehensive. Okay? But the problem is, we don't follow it that way. Okay, so next. Why is it that the department head has a say on who gets passes, privileges? Why? Because that creates leverage. You understand? That's how he gets respect from his people. His crew knows that at the end of the day, my department head has a say on whether I get promotion, whether I get a pass. Okay? I better do what I'm supposed to do. I better respect this guy. That's what's going to happen. You create leverage for the department head. Without that, it's all a Mickey Mouse position. It's all Mickey Mouse position. And you don't want a Mickey Mouse position. It doesn't mean, it doesn't mean anything to the resident. But when they see that the department head has some power there, right? It changes the dynamics. Don't you think? So there they respect, they follow the department head. And you know what? Some of these department heads become little counselors too. Yes. Some of them become like counselors for this resident. They help them. Because it is to his interest that his department functions well. Because if one of the person in that department gets into a big trouble, who gets confronted? Who is asked what happened to this guy? The department head. The department head is the first person that is asked. How much do you know about this guy? Do you really supervise this guy? Do you even talk to this guy? How come he did that? That's the conversation. So we know who to hold people accountable. And most often it's the department head. It's a lot, right? That we put on the department head. You know why? Because we are training him to become the next level subordinate. You got it, right? So if he does his job well, if we grant the department head well, you will have an excellent program. And you know, if we train him well, that abuse of power is minimized. Because we can shoot him down as a department head. Yeah, we can shoot him down. He abuses power, no questions asked, you're demoted. Sorry. Okay, so you follow the logic here? Okay, so I'm actually telling you the secret of forming a dynamic therapeutic unit that works. This is the nitty gritty.
How many times, uh, how many times po na makakomit po siya ng abuse of power before we can demote him or one time?
Okay, so he makes that, he sat down. He has a chance to redeem himself, of course. Then that's the way we watch him. And sometimes, there, for no reason, we shut him down. And let's see how he handles that. Temporarily. And if he proves to be like, and we convince him that he really made a mistake. And say, you know, you're not doing your job, although you know that he's doing his job. So we just a way of talking to him. And then just, you know, see how he handles that. So that's how we do it. If we are not sure about the person, we don't just promote him. We let him go through a test. Yeah. And then if he passes that challenge, okay, he's ready. That's how we used to do it. That's what we have we seldom that we shoot down coordinators. Seldom. We still do, but seldom because they have not gone through that process. Okay, so next is make recommendations for job change and promotion. So he has that ability. The department is held accountable for any serious breach of the house rules by members. That the department head gets it first. How come so and so got into a fight? Did you know about this? How much did you know about? Do you know this guy? Right? The department heads. Okay, next is develop and submit to staff for approval department work projects. So, each department has a work projects that they submit. They have a regular task. Let's say the housekeeping. They clean, they do, but they have special projects. You know how we make our, you know, I work mostly in theses that have not much money. Okay? Cool. You know, you are so lucky. If I tell you, you know, where we sleep, you know, then you won't believe it. Your residents eat and sleep better than we were working as a staff. True, that's very true. And yeah, when you walk up into our TC, there are so many things going on. You know, they make parks. You know, they find things, you know, make the backyard. Like they make parks, they garden. They just innovate. You know, whatever they can find, they do that. So they come up with projects. Okay, we'll do this. We'll do the backyard. We'll put some plants there, and we'll put some place to sit down, whatever. Right? So each department has their own special projects. Why do we do that? So to keep him busy. Okay? I remember our residents, by the time at night, you know, they're so tired. They're so tired that once we turn off the lights, it's so quiet. Everybody's asleep. And everybody commits, I do not get enough sleep. Okay? And, you know, the coordinators department, they stay late at night doing paperwork for the department. Yeah. Yeah. That's why they consume so much coffee. Yeah. At that time, cigarettes and coffee, we allowed them to smoke at that time. So they work until late. You know, like past 12 o'clock, they're still working. They're really working. They're actually doing paperwork for their departments. Okay? So, yeah, they hardly have any free time. But you know, they're happy to do this. You know, then nobody complains about anything at that time. Okay? All right, so that's a lot, right, for a department head to do? But that's the training ground. Yes, okay.
Is there an observation period for this head of the department to ascend the ladder in
Yes.
time?
Yes. He starts as a expediter. You know, you get the pool of departments from the expediter. So the expediter is also a very challenging job. That's where you see whether they have leadership skills. Yeah, right? You get an expediter. So expediter is the first level of position where they have some responsibility. And if they do well there, you try them in the department head. Not everybody is coordinator material. Not everybody. And we realize that. So we find other ways for them to grow. They don't have to be actually a coordinator in order to do it in the program. So coordinators are select people. Okay? They have special talents in the program. But we are mindful about other people who don't have that talent. And some people, like I told you, some people might not be highly educated, but they have a natural talent for leadership and organization. They are well organized. It's just amazing how they can organize things on their own. I told you, there were only very few as a staff. So they do most of the, that's a blessing in a way, because they have to do most of the work. Because there's no people, no staff. Here you are blessed with so many of you. But that should not deprive them of the residents to be able to actually take on some responsibilities, because that's how they grow. Okay? We're clear about the departments, right? This is very important part. Okay, so next is supervision of the social hierarchy. Okay, how do we supervise the social hierarchy? The work departments must be supervised. That's why we have the staff overseer for each department. Okay? So each department is supervised by staff. That's the staff overseer. Okay, so he sits in a meeting, in a departmental meeting. Every day there's a departmental meeting. It's a short one, 30 minutes, to just delegate, find out, update, make people aware what's gonna happen during the day. Okay, the upper structures. When I talk about upper structure, coordinators, chief expeditors, department heads. Okay? Okay, the COD is supervised by the staff in duty. SOD supports the upper structure. What does that mean? Support the upper structure. If there's any problem dealing with the residents, the coordinator or the chief expediter goes to the SOD and say, I'm having difficulty dealing with this particular resident. Okay, and then the SOD steps in. Now the SOD doesn't actually, he lets the coordinator and the chief expediter run the program. But when they need help, he should be there to support them. Okay? For example, a resident threatened the expediter, the chief. Okay? What the chief does is go to the SOD and say, somebody threatened. And then the SOD calls that person in the office and give it to that person. Oh, there you go. Threatened my chief expediter. That's the conversation. Who are you to threaten my chief expediter? So steps in. Because the chief expediter cannot respond to that kind of situation. He can get out of hand. So SOD steps in. Okay? So then the SOD has actually a weapon as prerogative to actually sanction this resident. You can be booked, you can be given a haircut, right? But you actually set him straight and say, I don't want to hear this again. and I want you to book yourself for a haircut for doing that. That's the seriousness of threatening somebody, right? So he gets a haircut, gets an LE, or he gets shut down if that's necessary. Okay? So the SOD is always there to support. So now the upper structure first company will doing their job because the staff is there behind their back and supporting them. You cannot leave them hanging dry, because if you do, they will not carry out the tasks seriously. They have to feel like the staff is always behind them. Okay? Okay. Works closely with the COD and the chief expediter. Management staff meets with upper structure for business meeting and supervision. This is how that works. Once a week. The upper structure, the coordinators, the department heads, the chief, sits in a meeting to talk about business. What are the business? First, how is everybody doing? This is a chance of whoever is in back where I work, in the US. It is actually the director of the program that sits once a week with upper structure. This is the chance of that director to see them eye to eye who these coordinators are. So they become very familiar who the coordinators of the house. All the coordinators, department coordinators and senior coordinators sits there. It's a supervision process. Okay, so if there's any coordinator that's not doing his job well, that is addressed in that meeting. Okay, so that's the first business. The second part of the business is to review recommendations for promotions, for passes, privileges, promotion privileges. That's reviewed during that meeting. And that's when whoever sits there to facilitate, each coordinator is asked, why is this person being recommended? Why did you approve this? Okay, they are challenged by the staff. Why? Okay, and other people are input. Some people might say, the way I see it, I see him on the floor, he's not really doing what he's supposed to do. So they have to be able to justify why people is deserving to get this or that. It's not based on time in the program. It is based on performance. Because if you just say, he's already 2 months in the program, it doesn't mean anything. Because some president could be here for 5 months and still doesn't do anything. Right? It's merit-based. Merits. So when they see that they have to function in order to get privileges, then they get more motivated. But if they can get things just because they have been here long enough, why would I try? Why would I even try? I just wait around. Wait around and then it's gonna come to me. Okay? So that's how it is processed during that meeting. It's a coordinator of the department must justify. The department head must justify why that so and so deserve to get promoted. Okay, so that's checks and balances, right? Yeah, checks and balances, and also that's where you can see who are those coordinators who are actually sharp and good. Okay. All right. So they are supervised during that time, and it happens once a week. So if it is approved, by the way, that's where it is approved. The director can say, that one is approved. This one you need to justify more. So I'm not approving that. So they recommend that the final approval belongs to the chief or the director. That's the way it works. Now the residents don't know this, okay? They don't know. They probably just think, the director doesn't even know what's going on. Not true. The director knows what's going on with everybody through that meeting. Okay? All right. So that's how we supervise the social structure, the social hierarchy. There is supervision. Okay, so let's look at the function of the coordinator of duty. Manages the coordinator's office. Works with the chief expediter regarding implementation of daily schedule. Okay? So he's like CEO. Sits there and then supervises and works with the chief. Works with the chief expediter in managing members' behavioral issues. Okay? So the chief communicates if there are some problems on the floor. Who are those who are acting out on the floor, creating problems? Okay? Supervises all bookings of incidents. You understand what bookings are, right? People are booked for behavioral incidents. That's the booking process. And there is a process that we follow. And not anybody, I mean, if somebody books somebody, we need to challenge. Why are you booking this person? Because you know what happens? Sometimes they book people to get back at those people. All right. And I think, from what I'm hearing, you do not challenge people. You allow those kind of booking that are actually not valid because they're trying to get back at somebody. And so, if I find out you're trying to get back at someone, that is an issue here, right here. Instead, I book him. I book yourself for booking somebody because you want to get back at that person. We don't do that here. Okay? Alright, so you know who does that? Coordinator. And if the coordinator is not sure about this, I'm not sure if this guy is trying to book somebody to get back, then he gets to the SOD. The SOD and the coordinator sits down and check and see what is this. And then if they are convinced that this guy is trying to get back at someone, they sit this guy down in the office. Okay? That's how it's handled. Now, we are very particular about that behavior. That's a no-no. To use the tools to get back at somebody. That's an abuse. That's abusing the tools. Okay? Do we do that? Do we do that carefully? I'm asking you. Because I'm hearing from you that some people are using the tools to get back at some people. How do we prevent that? Or how do you prevent that from happening? Or let me ask this question. Is this happening that some residents are using the tools to get back? So what are you doing to fix that? What system did you put in place to check that? Okay? Alright. Okay, let me continue. We'll talk about that, when we do the plan of action. Okay, and that's part of the investigation, right? Supervises the conflict resolution box and reviews all slips. Okay, so we only have one box for bookings, for encounter group, and the coordinator of the day sorts it out. Okay? Sorts it out. Separate what is an encounter slip, what is a booking. Okay, that is the job of the coordinator. Okay? And the SOD is there to supervise. Because you don't want a coordinator, if there's a slip on him, putting away that. You know what I'm saying? So it should not happen. But anyway, the SOD should supervise that. Implement, organize confrontation group when needed. Implements or approve behavioral interventions. Haircuts, talking to, all of that is approved by the SOD. Okay? The SOD is the final person to approve any intervention. The coordinator can recommend, and the chief can recommend. The SOD makes the final decision. Okay, initial emotional interview. Do you do that? Do you have emotional interview? Okay, so that is actually organized by by the coordinator's office. They select who the person who should sit in the emotional interview. Coordinates with SOD body inventories, yeah. Uh, Inventory of things coming in, personal belongings, of new intakes. Okay, so uh, that is an important function of that office to screen all everything that's coming in. You're looking for contraband, right? Okay, so you really have to take time to make sure that nothing comes in that are illegal. Maintains the individual folder, incident books, initial interview form, and other documents. Okay, so do you have that incident individual folder? Each resident has an individual folder where we list all the intervention, the bookings, noted. Good. And then you have the incident book, right? Where we write down all the incidents, and then you have the initial intake interview form, which we fill out after the emotional interview. Okay, so all of these are organized. So the COD is actually an office. It's the nerve center of the house. Nerve center. All communication gets into the COD. Okay? Alright. Okay, what does the staff on duty do? Alright, let's look at it. Job function. Supervise the implementation of daily schedule. I'm the SOD and it says in the schedule it's lunchtime, but it's already 12:30. Lunch is at 12. Who do I call? Who do I ask? The COD. Why is lunch late? Okay? I hold them accountable. Why is it late? In fact, the COD should be proactive. If lunch is running late, he should communicate to the SOD beforehand and says lunch is going to be late. Why? Okay, so the SOD should know beforehand that it's going to be late. Perform key TC operational and clinical functions. So let's talk about the operational function of the SOD. Supervises the morning meeting. He should be there. The SOD in the morning meeting. Do you practice that? Do you have the SOD in the morning meeting? No? Why? Because that's where you gauge where the family is at. You can see the mood of the house in the morning meeting. You should listen to the pull-ups, all of that as an SOD, okay? So you're trying to get the pulse of the house, where it's at, what's going on, what are the issues, what are the pull-ups will tell you what's going on, right? Okay, so it's an important source of information. Supervisors work with and receive communication from the COD or upper structure regarding important incident. Serious behavioral or disciplinary issues. The SOD should know that. What's going on the floor? Okay? Safety issues affecting the community. Do you have an opening run? Do you do that? Where actually the staff on duty and the COD does a check of the facility. Okay, so who is in the facility run? Dorm manager. The SOD is not part of that. So yung facility run is done at night? That's a closing run. So we have a closing run and we have an opening run. Okay, so the opening run, why is the COD in there? Because anything that he identifies that needs to be fixed has to be done. Okay, so what happens is they take note of what they observe that needs to be fixed, and then it's handed down to the COD. COD gives it to whoever needs to do that. It could be the department heads or the coordinator of the department, whoever. But that needs to be fixed, especially if it is a safety issue. Okay? So that is the opening run. Okay, so I'm COD. I'm making sure that everybody is functioning well. The chief expediter is communicating to me on a regular basis what's going on in the family. Any behavioral issues on the floor? Okay, any conflicts? And then supervises the implementation of all approved behavioral interventions, haircuts, talking to all of that. The behavioral, he supervises the SOD supervises that. And he sits in all of those. So I have, how many shifts do you have? You have SOD in the morning, and then SOD in the evening. So you have morning and evening. So all incidents in the morning, before before the morning is out, before the shift change, should be all addressed already. Okay? Haircuts, whatever intervention needs to be done, should be done in that shift. Do you do that? You don't push it to the afternoon shift. You don't do that. You know why? Remember what we said yesterday? If there is a behavior, the rest of the behavior immediately to make the connection. We make sure it's called clearing the books. We clear the books. And then you have the shift change. And you have a meeting there, you just communicate what happened in the morning, what needs to be followed up, and things like that. Okay? Okay. So first, okay? Okay, let's look at the clinical. That's the operational function. Clinical function. Okay, so facilitates all important group processes, conflict resolution if it happens in that shift. We do conflict resolution, behavioral intervention, initial interviews or emotional interviews, formal inquiry or confrontation, confers with COD or upper structure regarding learning experiences, shutdowns, and all of that. Okay, monitoring people who are on LE, that's a function of the SOD. Okay, so if I'm SOD, I want to know who are those people with LE and how they're doing. Okay? And communicates to the director or deputy director regarding serious community issues. So I am an SOD and there was a serious incident, I immediately need to talk to the chief of hospital about it. Immediately. Okay? And clears all incidents in the incident book, like I said, before the end of the shift. Reports highlights and important issues that occur during work shifts in the turnover meeting. Do you have turnover meeting? The afternoon shift? Okay. So everything significant that happened in the morning, the SOD communicates the next SOD. Okay? You call that endorsement, right? Okay. Reports highlights, okay. Conducts individual interventions, crisis intervention, seminar. You do that. You know, during the SOD is like a mayor of the house. I'm the mayor of the house for the morning. And if there is anything I need to do to intervene in the community, I do it. Of course, I have to communicate my experience. You know, so and ask approval and say, hey, this is what's going on in the house. I think I'm gonna do a seminar on this. Okay? Because I think we need it. So you communicate to whoever, your supervisor, if you're SOD. And that person also communicates to the chief of the hospital. So the chief of hospital is aware on a daily basis what's going on in the community. You understand? You do not leave the chief of hospital unaware about what's going on. Because at the end of the day, who is responsible for the whole thing? If something serious happens, the chief of hospital. So she needs to know not the nitty-gritty of shutdown, this, shutdown. I'm talking about major things that happen in the house that you feel like she should know. Okay, so she is always up to date on what's going on. Okay, so because when somebody comes from the regional office or the main office, I'm asking Chief Master, how is the program doing? And she doesn't know what's going on, right? So if we say, oh, it's we're doing well, but in some areas we kind of struggling, but in general, she should really know, seriously. Okay, your boss is curious about that. He cares about what's going on. He is always like present in the scene. He's not an absentee landlord. You know what I'm saying? An absentee. He's not an absentee landlord. She is here. And she cares about what's going on. Okay? Alright. Let's look at some problem issues with regards to the community as member. Okay, it's not very often it's not working very well. Okay? There's some problems. Reasons. The social structure is not functioning well because staff do not stick to the model. Simple as that. There is a model and people do not follow it and stick to it. There are so many things that you actually forgot or failed to actually follow. That's why you are not satisfied with how things are going. Okay. Anybody should be able to hold a house. But I know in your system, not everybody is holding the house. So who can be SOD in your setup? Who can be SOD?
Those who have trainings in physical. Those who have trainings in PC, sila po yung ina-assign as staff on duty.
Okay. So all of us, the way I see it, right? I know you come from different professions. When I talk about transdisciplinary staff, you are a TC person first before your profession. That's the way the TC works. Okay, you are a TC person before your profession. That's the way it works. What does that mean? That I need to know how the model works. Okay? So ideally, each one of you should be able to sit and encounter and facilitate. Seriously. Okay? And each one of you can sit in a morning meeting and be able to supervise it. Okay? So, or be able to experience how it is to be an SOD. How it is to be an SOD and work with the hierarchy. And that's how you actually learn or sharpen your understanding of how the PC works. I'm giving you a lot of information, it's all intellectual, but I try my best to, infuse some experiential part to it, so kind of get a sense of how it really works in reality. I try my best to do that. So it's not just like didactic, intellectual, and all thing. Because I want it to be as real as possible for you too. Okay? Okay. So, another is the system is not able to train residents to assume values their position and become strong role models in the community. I already give you the recipe on how to do that. To train your residents to become really good officers. Right? Because if you fail to train them, you will not have a strong upper structure, a strong coordinator, a strong chief, or even department head. And if you cannot train them to be good at that, you won't be able to run a decent therapeutic community. You know what's going to happen? The staff will have to run the place. That's what's going to happen. You're running the program, which should not be. It is not a staff-driven program. It's a community-driven program. Residents and staff working together, not just the staff running the show. Okay? Another one, the social structure is not strong enough to facilitate positive peer pressure in the community. The practice and implementation of the learning experience does not follow proper protocol. Okay, so this is a common problem. Residents get stuck with their LE. Umaabot na ng sub 1. Okay? That should not happen. Because that becomes counterproductive. I already told you that yesterday. If residents have LE for a month, that's counterproductive. They're not learning anything anymore. It becomes more punitive, right? Little or no involvement of key staff to monitor and follow up. Who did I say should follow up on the LE? To make sure that hindi nabubura yung residente. Who? Who is responsible for following up and monitoring LEs? Who? Sino? Sino? Come on. Case manager. Or caseload manager. Right? Yes, you're responsible for making sure that your caseload is actually responding to the LD. And if your caseload is not responding to the LD, you have to do something about it. Otherwise, mabuburo yan. Okay? So how do you do that? You talk to the person, to the resident on a daily basis and say, how are you doing? What are you getting out of the LD? And in that conversation, you can sense whether he is learning something or not. Okay? And if he's not learning anything, I told you already, change it. And if he is already learning, even though it's just 2 or 3 days, let him from early. Yes, let him from early. Some people say, oh, that's too soon. Well, if he is already learning from early, you know why? Because you have no goals. That's why you don't know. I know what's the how do you call it? You know, you have no basis for lifting the LE because you have no goal. To begin with, to give an LE, you have to define what's the goal. Why are we giving this an LE? What are we trying to achieve? And then you talk to the resident and see if that's being achieved or not achieved. And if it's being achieved, you know, and you are satisfied with it, then lift the LE. You already accomplished the goal. The problem is you failed to set the goals. That's why you have no basis for lifting the LE. That is so unfair. Okay, that's when LE becomes more punitive. You understand? Set the goal. Clear goals. Yeah, yes. He knows why he was given the LE. He knows what he has to show, you know, for him to get out of that LE. Okay? All right. Rampant inconsistency in overall implementation. That's a problem. And you know what? It's a rampant problem across the board too. If I go to another TLC, I bet you they have their own interpretation of a learning experience. And very often it turns into a punitive thing. Okay, I keep saying the learning experience is not punishment. That's why we call it LE, learning experience. Okay? Okay. Okay. The privilege and level system is largely staff driven. I already heard that from you, that you actually, the staff decides who should. Okay, now they're asking on what basis you don't have any strong support for that. Because all of that is behaviorally based, what the residents do on a regular, not just when they're around you, but in general, even behind your back, what they do. Okay? The initial intake interview and pulling in process is not effective. Pulling in process, the orientation, we need to look at that. How effective is it in orienting them, and how fast is it? Some residents spend in EMU too long. Okay? If you have a short program, expedite that process. I mean, some residents who are generally healthy and smart and can really learn fast, there's no reason for them to stay there for 1 month. You know, and if everything is clear medically, the whole thing, and he is, he was already given orientation about the program and he's catching it, and you can tell he is on it, moving on. Okay? Okay, so clear criteria of moving people up. Take a look at that. Do you have that? Do you have clear criteria for promotion? Sorry, Doc. Okay, clear criteria for promotion. Okay, that's number 5 doesn't apply to us because they really do not go out. In some cases, they go out. Inability to have the. Okay, another one is making sure that no contraband comes in. Okay, very important. Smoking policy, I don't think that's an issue with us. Okay, so we covered. That's community as well. Oh, there's more. Oh. All right, so the staff explained quite a bit about what is community as method. That's how you make it operational. That's how to make ROTC community as method. Yes, Dr.
Since you mentioned that if you place the residents of EMU and let's say for example in 2 days time when he was did observe by you that he could comprehend with well oriented for the CTC, he could actually uh, transfer him to one on behalf.
Yes, my concern is you have set a short program. You have a short program. And every day counts to me, right? Every day counts. So when he completes that, the spot when he completes that, then he is right away he is engaged, and is exposed to other activities in the program. Okay? That's our goal. I know in some model, and in some model, they spend so too long in that place. You know why? These are private programs. And it's there to the disadvantage to keep the residents long. You understand? It's there to their benefits that residents stay long because they collect a fees. But you are not like that. You are a government program and the government pays for the stay, pretty much. Right? So make your program more efficient. Do not follow some model, that doesn't fit your own reality. Does that make sense? Sure.
Not regarding LE. I agree that LE is not a punishment, but rather the consequence of something wrong that has been done. Now, Doc, It is actually teaching the patient that every action has a consequence, corresponding consequence, whether it be good or bad. But then my question though is, if the patient, some of our patients already have comorbid personality disorders though, and if they know na we can lift the LE or learning experience anytime na may makita tayo sa kanila, they can utilize it as a form of manipulation na nagbago na sila, na naging okay na sila, na na-realize na nila na yung kanilang pagkakamali. So, how do we address that?
Okay, so we also look at not what he says, but what he's doing. Okay, so who would know what the client with L knows? The expediter, right? Or the department. So you talk to them. So I'm the staff. And then I talk to the client. And I hear what he has to say. I don't buy that 100%, you know that. I just want to listen. And also challenge him. Then I go to the expediter, the department, and says, what does he really do? You know, we got LE. How is he on the floor? How is he at night? Does he follow rules? Is he doing what he's supposed to do? I have to ask the department. And the department says, no, he's not really doing that. How come he's telling me this? No, that's not true. Okay, then I know he's pulling my leg. Okay? So I have my way of finding out the truth. But I first need to hear what he has to say. So, if I want to say, there are ways where you can find out how he's doing before the department. That's it, expediter or expediter. Okay? So you do that. And I'm sure many of you know how to do that. You don't allow the resident to just like manipulate you like that. Yeah, but that's how you can do it. Okay? All right. So next on, we have 1 hour before lunch, and let's see if I can finish the next one.
What's the title?
That would be. Oh, am I ahead of myself? Let's see. No. We are on the TC theory and practice. Okay. How is everyone? Well, are you running out of gas? Are you running out of gas? No? Are you still okay? Hindi man ako. Pagod na nakakaupo. Okay. We're good. We're still good. Oh God. I know when you started to look at your phone and transport your mind into another world, right? That means you are ready to quit. Yeah? I know. Your telephone becomes your escape. You know that. You are addicted to that thing. Yeah? You need rehabilitation. Addicted to digital stimulation. Now, you are getting your stimulation from looking at that square thing. Okay? That's not healthy. You know, you should look at me and get stimulation from me. Not that square thing. Alright? I know who you are. Uh-huh. And let's see if you stand up tomorrow. Okay. Now, TC theory and practice, community as method. This is an extension of that lecture. Okay? That was more like operational. This is a little bit more, I would say, more criminal. Okay, so, you know that, so I'll skip that. Let's look at the essential elements. Some essential elements of TC. Okay. The broad categories of the essential elements of TC. Shared communal life and a set of values and norms within a structured environment. That kind of describes us, right? Next is use of public sharing in interpersonal communication. Everything is public, open. Nothing is hidden. Okay? And that's what the power of the community is. The public. Do you know what this is? The concept of community is not new. If you're familiar with the early Christians, they live in communes. That's where the word community came from. Commune. Okay? And they practice some of the DC things that we do. Do you know that? Do you know that during that time, the early Christians, when somebody makes a major mistake, he does public confession. Yes. He makes public confession. Not private, public. Do you know there is part of the Mass without we still do that? Where's the part of the Catholic Mass? Where's that? Okay. Right? How does it begin? I confess. Right? Okay. In the past, that is done publicly. We still do that, right? But we do not enumerate what we did wrong. That came from that. When they live together as a commune, when somebody breaks the cardinal rules of that commune, he publicly confesses his sin. Okay. Now, do you know how powerful public confession is opposed to private confession? When everybody hear your sin, what you did, you're less likely to repeat that offense. Do you know that? You are less likely to commit the same crime when you publicly declare your sin. But when you privately confess to a priest, it's just between you and priests, right? And you're likely to repeat that. So the early Christians actually discovered the power of public confession on how to shape behavior. Because public confession has such power to actually put a lot of pressure on you not to commit the same mistake. Why? Because it involves our sense of dignity. Right? The sense of dignity. If we say publicly, I commit this sin, and then you keep repeating it. Nasa ang hiyam? Yeah, nasa ang hiyam? Okay. So let's not be repeated. That's the power of community. And we are using somehow some of the elements. When we ask residents publicly, what did you commit? Tell the community. Like I said, public disclosure, right? It's the power of the group, the power of the community to shape behavior. Self-help and mutual help as a mode of treatment. Okay, so I need you to help me to help myself. That's a message. I need you to help me help myself. Okay, so we have the shared communal life and set of values and norms. We have the thesis philosophy, norms and values. This is structure, resident roles, and job functions. The concept of family. And then the next one, use of public sharing in interpersonal communication. Open and public interpersonal communications. No backstabbing, no secrets when dealing with taboo behaviors by members. Cardinal rules violations should be declared publicly so everybody knows. The feedback are given to members whose behavior requires modification. And the community is kept on the same page through public forums, morning meeting. Okay, morning meeting, house meeting, general meeting. Everybody knows what's going on with everybody. Do you know why the encounter group is public, not private? Because we want everybody to know each person's issue. Yes, because how can you help somebody when you don't know really what's going on with that person, right? So, because I heard, for example, I heard Ivan's in the encounter group, what he did to another person. You know, when we have a conversation, I can talk to him about those kind of things. I might say, Ivan, I didn't do that, However, exactly the same experience you have. So then I will listen and say, wow, I'm not alone. Somebody else experienced that. That's how it works. Okay, so I should know how you are. I should know whether you are actually doing well in the program. In the encounter group, I know the people there who was doing well and not doing well. Probably. So I know how to talk to them. And if they talk to me, I can say, listen, I hear what you're saying, but please do the same thing to yourself. Because you are not doing the same thing. So that I hear what you're saying, I respect what you're saying. So you know each other in a deeper sense. And that's very helpful. So when I talk to somebody, that conversation means something because I am talking to his level where he is at in treatment. Okay? Set self-help and mutual help as a mode of treatment. Residents are expected to work on their recovery by helping others while helping themselves. Each resident has defined role and functions to which he participates in the community processes and contributes to sharing the community. When a resident is subjected to sanction by the community, he redeems himself by winning back community trust through positive action. Brother's keeper. Right? We are our brother's keeper in the TC. Okay. Now, let me talk about this. 3 levels of staff functions that make it the community operational. First is operating in the community level program. This is for all staff. Okay? You probably don't know it, but some of you are operating in those 3 levels, especially those who are actively involved in the program or running the program. First is operating in the community level. I call that program operations. Operating in the individual level, resident level, or clinical practice and management. And then finally, operating in internal level of emotions, supervision. Okay, the concept, I adopted a concept. This is from Woodhouse. Because what he said makes a lot of sense. So I'm going to break this 3 down. Okay? So you can understand what those are. Let's look at the first one. Operating in the community level. What does that mean for a staff? In this level, the staff takes a global perspective in the community. To regulate or direct group dynamics for clinical purposes. I look at the entirety of the community. Where is the community at? Okay? I need to know where it's at. Where is the pulse of the house? The staff works with a TC hierarchical structure to implement the daily structure, the schedule of treatment activities. The staff provides input to and supervises the upper structure of the hierarchy. And then the staff makes sure that the norms and values are observed. And then keeping a physically and emotionally safe environment is always the staff's overriding concern. The staff must not only monitor deficits but also behavioral strengths displayed with the community, which requires positive reinforcement. So, a global perspective of where the community is at, how the hierarchy, social hierarchy is functioning, okay? What are some of the violations, okay, of the community? You understand? It's a global look. As a staff, we have to have that sense. Remember when I said that, it's hard for me to detach from the community, like leave for like even a few hours because I feel disconnected when I get back. This is a way of connecting with the community. You get a sense of where the community is at. It's hard to explain it. It's so intangible. Okay, but some of you who runs the program, you want to get a sense of where the house is at. And you get that from, that's why I said, you've got to be in a morning meeting. You get that hint from how residents talk, how they behave, the pull up in a morning meeting, the mood of the community. That's what I'm talking about. You have to have a sense of that. That is operating in a community or a community level. The next one is operating in individual levels residents. Okay, so although we look at the big picture, we also have to have a sense of how certain individuals are doing in the program. Okay, so who are those people acting out? We want to know. What are some of the issues of those people who are having difficulty in the program? Okay, so that is operating on individual residence level. Who are those? So if I am SOD, the first thing I do when I start the shift is to ask the shift chains, tell me who are the problem people. Who were the problem residents in the morning? Who give you a hard time? I want to know. Okay? That's the first thing I ask. Because those are the very people I would be actually focusing on while in my shift. How are they doing? Do I need to talk to them one on one? Do I need intervention? So I care for them. See, while I'm focusing on the whole family, I'm focusing on individual level. What is going on? What can I do? Or do I have to do something to help these people? Okay? So it's not just ignore those in the know. I pay attention to them as well. Okay? So if I have to do one-on-one, I call them in my office and say, how are you doing? I heard, you were not doing well this morning. How are you doing right now? Well, what's going on with you? Why did that happen? So I do that. So if I have 10 people I need to actually follow up in my shift, I find time to talk to those 10 people and make sure they're okay. That's the job of an SOD. Because that is part of making sure that the community is running well. So my job as a SOD is to make sure that community is running. It's almost like an engine, You're in a steam room, you're running a ship, right? You're running a ship, and you want to make sure that the engine is actually running well, right? The same thing with DC. I want to make sure that it's running well, so I want to pay attention to those people who are potential problem in the community. That's a proactive way of doing it. So if SOD focuses on people, not just what's going on in the community as a whole, but focuses on individual residents who are potential problem. If you're focusing on people who are on LEs or acting out and you give them individual time, you're being proactive. You're being proactive. There is less likelihood that they will act out if you give that time. Okay? But a lot of times, as SOD, we prioritize things, that are last in our priority because it's not pleasant to deal with them, right? It's not pleasant to talk to those people or potential act out. Okay, but that is part of my function as SOD, make sure that they are okay. And I need to come up with intervention if I have to make sure that they're okay. So if I do that, the shift goes well, right? Then the next person comes in, and then I communicate. I did this for this person, I do this for this person, I do this for this person. But you still need to follow up with this person, right? Or I found out some serious problem with this person when I sat down. Do you know he has a problem with his family because the family has not been here? Or whatever it is. That's how you find out and you communicate to the next SOD or who is the caseload manager of this person. That caseload manager needs to look into this. And I found out the problem as SOD because I care about all those people who are not doing well in the program. And if all these SODs do that day after day, you are less likely to have people who are acting out in there. You become proactive, right? Because you know what, a lot of times some people are having that problem for a long time and nobody even knows. Because nobody came to ask. Right? We avoid people who act out. Don't we? We don't want to talk to them. But in fact, they are the people we need to talk to. We avoid them because it's not pleasant to talk to them. We'd rather do counseling to clients who like us. And we have no problem doing one-on-one to clients who like us. But we avoid clients who are difficult clients. Look at it this way, right? Make that a personal challenge as a clinician. Like somebody who's a hard-headed, a problem, person, make an effort. I want to really understand this guy. I want to really crack this guy. What is wrong with this guy? That should be your attitude as a clinician. Take it as a challenge. I'm gonna really get down to the bottom of this guy. Why is he like that? And if all SOD has that kind of attitude, you probably have less people committing very serious behavior in the community. Right? Yeah. So change your perspective. Do not be attracted only to those people or clients who are doing well. Get attracted to people who are hard-headed and hard to understand. And try to crack their case. Alright? As a challenge. Okay. So you understand operating individual residence level. Right? And the next one is operating an internal level of emotions. Top one. When we work in this environment, it's very easy for it to trigger a lot of feelings in us, right? You encounter a resident who having some tough issues about his father, who is an alcoholic, and start talking to you about it, right? And then you also grow up in a home where your father was an alcoholic. Is that possible that some of us have family members, relatives who are on drugs or alcoholics? Yeah? Alright. So, let me ask you this. Who among you have been affected by a substance abuse by a relative? Be it your father, mother, close relatives, right? Affected by their substance abuse or alcohol use. Anyone? Raise your hands. Come on, raise your hands. Been affected by somebody at home who use alcohol or drugs. Nobody, only Nokia and myself. Oh, si Ruby. Sino pa? Wala na? Okay? Yung iba? Come on, it's common. Okay? And many people actually work in the field have that experience, right? So, and it could be other things, not just alcohol. It could be your parents separating, right? Or breaking up. Okay? Or your parents having difficulty with their personal relationship. It could be anything. It could be mental illness. It could be somebody losing somebody because that person killed himself. Okay? Anything. Okay. So, and you can identify whatever problem you have in this residence because many of them have those. Doesn't that trigger something in you when you encounter them and work with them? It triggers, right? It triggers some feelings and emotions. So our environment, creates intense emotional experience. It's an intense emotional experience. And then it can trigger us. And then, we experience some of those identification issues, transferential issues, right? We experience that. Or, like I said yesterday, we're talking about somebody, who's a client, they did not get along, right? And, he felt like he did not help the client when the client was here. We have a lot of those issues in the community. It's called transference. It's very easy to have transference and experience with our residents. Okay, let me ask you. Who has had transference and experience with residents? Raise your hands. The rest, you don't have any? Transferential. Transference. You know what's transference? Or some of you are not even aware. All of us have transference and experience with our clients, one way or another. Listen, I'm not talking about this negative transference. Transference doesn't have to be negative. It can be a positive transference, guys. Some of you did raise your hands. I wonder how aware you are about what their processes are. Because we constantly encounter that. I know it's hard because it's an unconscious process, guys. Unconscious. You are not aware all the time that we are having a transference and experience. We are not aware most of the time. Okay? You heard about those staff members who fell in love with a client? Have you heard of that? Have you seen that happen? Okay, then that's transference. Right there. Right? And unfortunately, those people involved in that, they're not even aware they're having a transference of experience. Right? They're not aware. It's an unconscious process. Okay, but all of us, and things trigger, and we don't even feel it, or we are not aware that we are triggered emotionally, in our interaction with our clients. Sometimes we are not aware. Okay, so aware of that. And some of you are more self-aware. You feel a lot of that going on. Okay, just talking to certain clients and said, why am I having difficulty handling with this client? Why is it that I like that client and this client, I cannot stand that client? You have that? Yeah? Do you love all your clients? I got you. Okay, who are those counselors, case managers, whoever, who actually likes certain clients? Raise your hands. You like certain clients, you don't like all clients? Certain clients, you tend to like certain clients. Certain clients. Yes, right? Yes? And there are some clients you avoid, right? Yes? You don't want to see their face, right? Yes or no? There you go, you have a transference experience. Okay, so most of those are transference. Most of those, right? The likes and dislikes. Yeah. Because they trigger certain feelings in us, Like it could be a feeling of commonality, hey, this client likes certain things about me. Or unconsciously, oh, this client is just like, like me. He's like me. Or this client is like my brother, my sister. You don't even know that, You just like the person. And then for some reason, and you didn't understand why you don't like a certain person. You didn't do anything to you. He didn't do anything to you, but it's like the vibes, the vibes like turns you off. You have that? The vibes turns you off? That's transference, guys. The guy is not even saying anything, but you already. Okay. Yeah, because there is something as non-verbal communication. You understand? And we'll talk about that in crisis management. Because some of that you precipitate too. The crisis, and you're not aware of it. Yeah. Okay. So I'm saying this because it's a process. We'll get there later. Okay. So you got to be aware about transference. You got to be aware because that's always happen. Let me tell you this. It's not a bad thing. Because when I say transference, some people, oh yeah, you're right. No, it's not always negative. Yeah. In fact, I didn't know that in all my experience working in UK, right? Here in PC. My first boss was a priest, that was Bagdad. When he left, I was the next person was Father George Loisel. I got close to him. He did not like me in the beginning. I can tell, he avoided me. But eventually I became his special assistant. We got along later on. He was also a priest. And then when I moved to New York, Muslim O'Brien was our boss, also a priest. When I was recruited to work in Thailand for 2 years to start a TC there, we recruited me a priest, Father Jake Lamajan. Then I didn't realize all my life I have got priests as my bosses. Okay? And then all of them like me. All of them. I get along with them. Okay? You know why? Transparency. I didn't realize it until really months later on. Just recently, it dawned on me. You know why they like me? Because I projected to them my issue with my father. I never got along with my father. Okay. But my father died before I was able to reconcile with him. I was very young when I lost my father. But I hated his guts. Okay? So, growing up, I was looking for a father figure that I could please. You got it? And I found out in my bosses. And they were easy to actually respect because they were priests. Right? So I worked hard, and I did know I worked hard to please them. So I worked hard quietly, but I know they see me, right? So Bob Garland eventually he praised me. He said, "How can you handle this intake by yourself? You did a good job." So I have no issue. The other priest who took over, who did not like me at first, he ended up getting along very well. You know why? Because I am a hard worker. Okay, he cannot blame me for anything. You know, uh, I was a hard worker and a priest. You know how I ended up the project in Thailand? He recommended me to another priest. Right? So, and then the other priest, I get along with him very well. I respect him very highly. He's a very holy man. Okay? So, and the rest are the same father. So, I said, wow, why is that so? All my bosses are happy with me. Because that's what's going on in my mind. It's a transferential, I was having transferential experience with them, and I was projecting to them my father. I wanted to please my father. And I could not please my father. It's dead a long time ago. But I could please these people. And they became father figures. To begin with, they are all fathers. They're all little, they're fathers. Isn't that something? That is a positive transference. I turned a negative experience into a positive experience. So my transferential experience with it is actually positive. I joke about that with Margaret. I said, you are the father to us. He's a father to me, before he passed away. Even him, we became friends later on. But, we were not close. But I worked hard because, I look up to him a lot. Oh, okay, so not everything is negative about transference. So I'm giving it as an example, my personal experience with transference. So all of us, you know what? I'll tell you this. Most people you marry have certain characteristics about your parents that you have. Whether you agree with that or not, that is true. You understand? Okay? Unconsciously there are some elements there about your mother. For the guys, some elements are about your mother. And for the guys, some elements are about your father. That is transparency. Guys, that happens all the time, every day. And it happens here very often. Okay, so the thing is, if your transference is negative, you've got to be aware of it. Because it's not fair for your clients, right, to give them a hard time because you reminded him of your brother that you did not get along with. Okay? So, but that's real. So, what do we do with some of those negative feelings while we are in treatment? In our field, it is common, okay? Because it's all about relationship and meaningful relationship with people. Supervision. Okay, and if it's a negative experience that you're going through, difficult experience with clients, and you have a sense that this is maybe a transparency experience, you've got to talk to your supervisor about it. Okay? The thing though, this is not big on supervision. Never big on supervision. But, with my experience in the field, I think it's something that we have to make an effort to make it happen. Okay? So how do we channel the negative energy we absorb from our clients in our work? Because you do absorb some of those. Okay? It's intangible, but it happens. You know why you get burned out? Because of that. You absorb a lot from your clients. And you have no way, no positive outlet to really dissipate those negative emotions that you get. You go home angry, because of what happened in the center. Right? And you take it to your husband or to your wife. Sometimes you take it home. Our work. So we cannot do that. It's not fair, right? Okay, so we have to have a means of dissipating that. And a way to actually dissipate the energy is at least to have like a group supervision. I know one-on-one supervision. Forget about that because that's very time intensive, right? It takes a lot, and probably your supervisor is so busy to do that. But if you can do like a group supervision once a week, sit down and just process some of those experiences you have, that might do it. Okay, so we can do group supervision. It's doable. Set aside, a week where, it's the department that sit down and process what's going on with us. This is what's going on with them. That's a good way. By doing that, you don't take all those negative emotions somewhere else, especially home. You understand? That's not healthy, right? Okay, so we have to develop a way to facilitate that. It would be wonderful if we can do that, group supervision. And that group is going to grow. And that will help you also mature in the program. Yeah, I mean by that, get a good sense of how really the program works. Okay? We start with ourselves. We fix ourselves first before we can fix other people, right? We got to be healthy in order for us to be able to help other people. Take it from me. Because, I made a lot of mistakes, through the years. It's not always perfect, right? So I'm telling you what I learned in my experience. So I think that's very helpful. I never had any supervision. Sadly, but I have probably have helped a lot. Okay. All right, questions. So we have 15 minutes before. Is it? What time is it? Right. Okay. And then in transparency and experience with you. Okay, 15 minutes. Questions? Comments? No questions? You ran out of gas? Comments? Questions? About transference? Gilbert? That is called persistence. Okay. Okay, this is the end of the lecture. Okay, the three broad goals of treatment in DC: developmental, developing new values, aspiring for maturity, responsibility, socialization, healthy interpersonal relations, safe lifestyle, and then you have psychological, change negative behavior and attitude, right? Behavior, feeling, and thinking. Those are the broad goals of TC. Developmental, socialization, and community. Okay? All right. No questions? Comments? All right, guys. You win. You win. All right. Babawi ako mamaya. Okay, so we can take a break here and be back at 1 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch. Okay. Everybody comfortable? Nobody sick? Everybody healthy? Everybody will have? Okay, good. All right, so we start with this topic. Why the TC works? Why does it works? All right, so many of the materials here is from the guy. His name is there. Mussolino. I use a lot of his material. If you can get hold of this book, it's wonderful. You know, he's the guy who actually proposed that our brain evolved socially. So he considered the brain as a social instrument. You know, so and he presents very good argument and he supports the argument. And I found some of his works on psychotherapy, neuroscience, very helpful in really trying to explain why DC is a superior model. Okay, number one is this is a very social model. Okay, very social model. It relies on social learning, social relationship. So we talked about that, and we talked about some of these ideas and how I apply them into the TC model. So, what is a TC? Okay, it says there, a TC can be defined as a recovery-oriented, drug-free social learning treatment environment for people with addiction who live in an organized, structured community to achieve personal change through self-help and mutual help. So does that capture somehow what the TC is all about? Yeah, it does, right? Kind of describe what the model is. Okay, so TC and psychotherapy. So Cosolino describes psychotherapy as a relationship-based learning environment grounded in the history of our social brains, with roots going back to mother-child bonding, attachment to family and friends, and the guidance of wise elders. That's how he defines it. Oops. He describes psychotherapy. Okay? In the same token, the TC can be described as a relationship-based, structured social learning environment grounded on the social nature of substance use disorder, with members who engage in a healing process through self-help and mutual help. Family bonds and attachments are formed based on honest and responsible relationship. Right? That's what happens in TC. It's a relationship-based structured environment, social environment. Okay? Based on the concept that addiction has a social component to it. Right? Addiction, use of drugs. And we see that, people actually use drugs in a social setting more often than not. And how you get started in that. Even alcohol, right? People go to a bar and drink there. Okay? So, and it seems like it's different when you use it in that setting. Same thing with drugs. Young people enjoy using it when they're around other people using it too. Okay? This seems to be like a synergistic effect when they are actually using drugs together. Okay, so there is some parallelism there between psychotherapy as defined by Cosolino and what the TC is. Okay, so what are the mechanisms involved in therapy? Even in treatment, in rehab. Okay, what are the mechanisms? The important mechanisms are the brain, mind, and relationships. Okay? So let's break it down. Mind and brain. The brain consists of the hardware, right? It's hardware. The brain. It's a hardware, for lack of a better word. Hardware of the nervous system. Such as the millions of cells that comprise, right, the neural networks that extend throughout the human body. Okay? The mind emerges from the nervous system comprising memory, consciousness, and self-awareness. So it comes from, without the brain, there is no mind. Right? So it arises from the functional activities of the physical brain. Alright? How the brain is shaped plays a large bottom-up role in shaping the mind. Right? And while the mind, on the other hand, is capable of altering the brain via conscious changes in thoughts, actions, and emotions, they interact very closely, right? So the mind has a lot of influence the brain has a lot of influence in shaping the mind. The mind also affects the brain via conscious changes in thoughts, actions, and emotions. Remember what I said yesterday? How, thoughts, actions, emotions, experience can actually alter the structure of the brain. Remember that what I said? It's through the mind, right? So our state of mind, okay, can actually influence the physical brain. And the brain changes. We'll talk about that, which is an amazing thing. That the brain continues to change. It never stops. You can reshape the brain even, as long as you're alive. Okay? And there are a lot of evidence to that effect. Okay, let's look at the brain. The brain is a social organ of adaptation shaped by evolutions to connect with and change through interactions with others. Our brain has been shaped by social interactions. Okay? As part of evolution. We evolved as social beings, meaning what? In connection with other people. It starts with the mother and the baby. The family, basically. Okay? So, that's the basic unit of society is family, correct? And, okay, so family, you have father, mother, and offspring. Right? That's basic. That's a social unit, correct? and then that expands. You know, later on you have neighbors, okay, or first, relatives, right? And then you have neighbors, and before you know it, you have a tribe. Okay, so human beings have evolved through time around people. So our brain developed, it was shaped by our interactions with other people. It's amazing. We can actually determine when somebody's lying. We have a sense, right, of doing that. That's important, actually. If we are living with other people, we have to sense who has bad intention towards us. Those are necessary for survival, right? We have to have a sense of know who's cheating, right? Because in that setting, part of being able to survive is to develop some social skills around how to deal with other people. Okay, so yeah, so that's part of our development. Develop social skills, interpersonal relationship, and very importantly, to develop relationship with other people. So we do not fight each other all the time. Otherwise, we wipe out ourselves. You follow what I'm saying? We avoid doing that because we develop skills in managing conflict and developing positive relationships, alliances with other people to help you survive better. That's how our ancestors evolved. And in that process, it shaped our brain. That's why it's a social brain. It's very sensitive to a lot of social things that happen around us. Okay, so that's what he called social brain, which actually makes a whole lot of sense if you really look at it. We did not evolve in isolation, in other words. Do you know that even that we affect each other, we just don't know it, right? And the best evidence of how we affect each other physically and actually affects our mood, what our state of mind, uh, uh, is an interaction with people we are intimate with. People we are intimate with, right? Uh, so if you are close to somebody, and usually this happens when you're very close to your girlfriend, your spouse, somebody that you're very intimate with. You almost can read each other's mind, correct? And almost always like can detect without any verbalization a state of mind of the other person. Right? And also affect our state of emotions around them. Okay? So sometimes like you get so sick together, right? Which is a nice feeling, by the way. You get like a certain high, when your mind is sick, like when you talk. Like you're so focused, connected, like, you link your brain with each other. Have you had that experience? That almost like you link your brain with another person. It happened to me even more than with my wife. I have a friend, a male friend, and we were very close. We would talk about things, in college that are so deep, philosophically. And we get to a point where like our brain is just like thinking about the same thing. It's just amazing. And we get into it so intensely that I feel like we're insane. So I experienced that with him, and then with other people that I'm close with. Even like y- your mood, if you're around people you love, like it's different, right? Your mood, like it gets lit up, uh, and then you have a conversation. It's all different experience, right? And then okay, so you have a problem at work. You came home. You have a conversation with your wife, and then you calm down. What happened? It's self-regulation. So your wife helped you self-regulate yourself. You understand? And we do that a lot of times. Babies, for example, babies, right? Crying and crying. Mama holds the baby, baby comes down. Self-regulation. Okay? It's called self-regulation. actually the baby plugs in into the mother. Okay, and that's how children learn self-regulation. And if an infant is deprived of that contact with the mother, deprived meaning the baby was never held, fed by the mother and bond with the baby will have later on inability to self-regulate emotionally. And we observe that with a lot of abandoned children in infant. They could not self-regulate emotionally. Because that self-regulation is, you learn that, we all learn that in that period of time when we are bonding with our mother. Okay, so, yeah, that's only one aspect. Emotional regulation, there are other things that happen in the social interaction between the baby and the mother. Okay? So there is such thing as self-regulation when you're around other people. Okay? So it that's our brain. That's how our brain develops. And it has tremendous implication in therapy. In therapy. Okay? How we can actually influence our clients, teach them self-regulate through us as therapists. So it's not just the verbal conversation that impacts our clients. Human presence and the ability to connect cognitively and emotionally with your clients, you are actually trying to actually fix this problem of self-regulation. Okay? So there is more that happens in therapy that meets the eyes, in other words. You got it? That's why we get burned out emotionally. Because they're like vampires, some of our clients. They suck the life out of you. Emotionally, yeah. If you do like private practice, some clients like after your session, you feel drained, or even after consultation with the clients, you feel drained. They're like vampires. Those are people with severe self-regulatory problems. They were trying to connect with you and self-regulate themselves, but they're sucking the life out of you. Right? And that is the risk of us as health workers. And that goes for people who are nurses, counselors. You don't know, but that's what happens. They're like, unconsciously, they're looking for some people that they can actually help themselves self-regulate themselves because they are so dysregulated. Sometimes we have clients and it's so difficult to work with them. And these are clients generally with severe trauma experiences in life. They probably did not tell you that, but they are severely traumatized people. And they have severe dysregulatory problems. They cannot self-regulate themselves. So each time they connect with a therapist or a health worker, they are trying to self-regulate themselves. That's what happens, okay? Alright, so why is that true? Because, like I said, we are, we are social beings. We are dealing with another social being. Okay? And that's what happens in our interaction with people. Okay, so the brain is a social organ of adaptation shaped by evolution. Excuse me. To connect with and change through interaction with others. Treatment or therapy utilizes the capacity of our brains to connect, sync, and learn from one another to achieve adaptive change. This interaction between the ability of humans to connect and learn from one another has been shaped through millennia of social evolution. Okay. Right? Does that make sense somehow? I mean, I know, I'm talking about things that you cannot see, right? Intangible. But, you have a sense of what I'm talking about. Do you? You follow what I'm talking about? Because you experience it, right? Not only in therapy, but in daily life. Okay? Alright. The mind. Change is achieved through the activation of neuroplastic processes. Everybody understand neuroplasticity? Yeah? Okay, you understand neuroplasticity. What does neuroplasticity mean? Ivan.
As far as I know about it, neuroplasticity happens. For example, if let's say you're creating a habit in specific behavior that you keep on doing, later on it will create a neural connections in your brain. You become so connected that that behavior becomes a habit later on.
And that happens with drug use and other bad behavior, bad habits. Okay? We change our brain through that, through experience, through our behavior, and our thinking. Because our brain is neuroplastic, you can reshape it. You know, that's a blessing and a curse. You know that? It's a blessing because that means our brain is not set. That we can actually influence it to change. And we'll talk about that and how we apply that knowledge in therapy, in treatment. Okay? So, it's a general terms that refers to any changes among, between, and within neurons as a result of learning or natural processes of healthy development. It is the ability of the nervous system to change as a result of experience and to encode the experience into its structure. For any change to occur, the brain has to undergo structural changes that will be reflected in our thoughts, feelings, and behavior. The success of therapy depends upon the ability of the treatment approach to stimulate neuroplasticity in the brains of clients. That is, to establish new connections, inhibit others, and link formerly dissociated neural networks. We are talking about the neurological, on a neurological level, how change happen. Okay? So experience, intense experience especially, is capable of making significant changes in the way how the brain works. Okay? Okay, so let's talk about relationships. So you understand the connection between brain, mind, right? They are interactive. Mind, brain, mind. Relationships. As a healing community together, we recreate narratives that support neural and psychic integration while forging a blueprint to guide experience into the future. Pay attention to the word narrative. The stories. Our story is connected to how the brain also works. Narrative. Okay? Narrative is our story. All of us has a narrative. Drug addicts have their own narrative. Okay, part of treatment is to change that narrative. Okay? With the help of everyone in the TC, we reconstruct our coherent self-stories, enhance our self-reflective capacity, creativity, and personal growth. We are rewriting our personal narrative. The old narrative could be, I am a failure. I am nobody. Okay? I have hurt so many people. This is the narrative that is playing in your brain. Okay? I am no good. I cannot do anything right. That's the narrative playing in their brain. And as long as they believe that narrative, and as long as that's what's playing in their brain, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You understand? So part of treatment is to help them understand themselves. Rewrite a narrative that is more adaptive. Okay? And when they begin to understand and believe in that narrative, that changes the brain too. And how do we, what's the vehicle? What's the vehicle for changing the narrative? Language. Words. Words are powerful. We say, words can hurt. It's very true. That's our means. creating our narrative. Okay? And we'll talk about how we can use words or language to actually help our clients rewrite a new narrative about themselves. Through a very simple tool, journal. Journal. We will structure their journal so that that journal becomes more productive in helping them develop a self-understanding through that journal and eventually recreate a more positive narrative of themselves. Okay, so that's part of the uh, topic that we're talking about, the journaling and the neuroscience of journaling. Okay? Okay. These transformative processes are important in understanding our past, informing our identity, and healing from trauma or any life problems that we go through or our clients go through. Okay? Alright, attachment theory perspective. From an attachment theory perspective, the TC works because of the fundamental principle that exposure to people change people. You believe that? Exposure to people change people. Okay, so very simple, right? You hang out with thieves, what happened to you? You become one. You become one. Yep. I'll tell you a secret. You know, most of our politicians did not start corrupt, you know that, right? And sometimes many of them promises, and they really were sincere in saying, I'm gonna do this, I promise you, I promise this, right? Give them about odd years around other people, what happens? They become one of them. How is that? Right there. Okay? It's as simple as that. So, whoever we hang out with, we become those people too. Sorry, may tinawa ba? Di ba, baka naman positive influence naman. Baka positive influence naman, di ba? Okay, but that's very true, right? Yeah. Yeah. Remember what I said, you know, a woman who is in fantasy says, you know, I'm gonna marry that guy, the guy is tough guy, I'm gonna change him through love. Wow. But, however, the opposite happened. Right? Okay. I heard that story, right? But in some instances that happened too. Let me tell you, I have actually encountered both cases. Yeah. We have like a gangster. Right? A gangster. This guy was a gangster. Settled down with a woman. Married. Changed completely. Changed completely. Right? So the woman is a more dominant mind, is a more dominant mind than the man. In other words, his positive energy is stronger than the negative energy. But the opposite it can be true. The negative energy is so strong that it overcomes the positive energy. That's what I'm saying. That can fail. It has worked for some, but it has not worked for others. But that's how powerful that is. Exposure to people change people. That's very true. Okay? So, what am I saying? If we can create a positive environment, a group of people, through a group of people, positive environment, that environment can be very strong to influence people who are very negative. But the problem is very often the negative people overpowers the very few positive people. Do you agree with that? Not only residents are bad or negative. Unfortunately, you have overwhelming number of negative residents. Correct? They overpower the positive ones. It's as simple as that. So what happens? They have more influence on the resident, the positive resident. And before you know it, they are part of the negative residents. Okay, so it is very true. So apply that principle in our program, we really have to work hard to make sure that our environment, the positive one, is the dominant force in our community rather than the negative force. By all means, we have to find ways to make that happen all the time. Okay? Powerful attachment experiences have the ability to alter a person's nervous system. That's what I was talking about in a love relationship, how each other can influence each other, right? Intense and salient emotionally charged experiences, whether substance or naturally induced, have the potential to alter how the brain is wired. Okay, intense experience. In treatment, individuals in attachment relationships learn to regulate their nervous system and adapt healthier ways of relating with others. Okay, so we can actually influence their ability to self-regulate our clients. Okay, and in a one relationship, you have the power to influence your clients' uh, 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 personality, their behavior. Okay, and in fact, rewire the brain. Therapy, you know, treatment has the power to alter the brain if that treatment experience is intense enough. Okay, so I use the word salient, meaning it's highly focused. Okay, so you have to, I call it dosage, increase the dosage of therapy to make it intense. Okay, it has to be intense enough to rewire the brain. Okay, intensity is the key. So if your intervention is so soft, I mean, it's not salient, it doesn't impact the brain, it doesn't make the client think or help him develop self-understanding, it is not capable of reshaping the brain. It has to be salient, intense, okay, for it to work. You got it? So what does that mean? Our intervention should be actually intense. When I mean intense, it should be like right on the money. We are hitting on a person's heart all the time when we intervene. So it has to be, it's called calibration. We calibrate our intervention so that it is intense enough and it is right on the money, it's focused. So it catches them and say, wow, that's so true about me. Something like that. Okay? But if it's just like going in here, coming out there, that is not going to make any difference. You got it? Okay, so relationship is important in our in the teaching. Some reasons why and how the teaching works. Extended exposure to powerful attachment environments, such as what the TC provides, can shape patterns of relationship that become ingrained in implicit memory, altering individuals' mental programming and reconfiguring old rules that guide their behaviors in relationship. Okay, implicit memory. Everybody understand what that is? There are two kinds of memory, explicit and implicit. Okay. Explicit memory relies on language based. Implicit memory does not. Sensation, relies on sensation. Okay, so let me explain. Infants, do they have language skills? No. So they do not remember verbalizations, right? But they remember sensations. So that's the implicit memory. So our implicit memory, and all of us have both explicit and implicit memory. Our implicit memory that is still embedded in us are memories of sensations, before we develop language. Before we develop language. So the sensation of how you were interacting with your mother when you were a baby, that is stored in your implicit memory. And those sensations could be pleasant or unpleasant. Okay? What are unpleasant sensations? Hunger, lack of connection, right? Feeling cold, not feeling anybody, no warmth. Those are actually stored in your implicit memory. Now, children or infants who were neglected, abandoned, what do you think they have in their implicit memory? No warmth, hunger, cold. That's what's stored in there. Okay? So, a lot of that's a form of trauma, by the way. That's a form of trauma. So, even infants or young children before language was developed, who have been molested, sexually abused, their body remembers the sensation. Their body remembers. Okay? And sometimes those memory comes out in certain sensations that they cannot understand. Why do they feel pain in some parts of the body? They don't understand. That's called implicit memory. You understand? Powerful. So, we are reshaping the implicit memory, the negative experiences they had when they were, before language was developed. The TC harnesses our fundamental nature as a social being. Wounded humans tend to seek other human beings for healing. And that's the basis of therapy. Okay? When you are wounded, we seek out people to heal ourselves. You heard of wounded healers? Have you heard of wounded healers? Right? Now, those are healers who have not healed their own wounds and trying to help other people and end up abusing the people that wanted to help. Those are wounded healers, okay? And some of us are capable of that because some of us are wounded healers. Some of us are attracted to certain fields because we were trying to heal our wounds. Okay? It is an unconscious thing. And many of us don't remember that. What is your motivation for selecting your profession? Ask yourself, why do you want to be a doctor? Why do you want to work in a rehab? Right? Why? What is it? What attracted you to the field? Why do you want to be a psychologist? Why do you want to understand the mind, how it works? Right? So, I don't know. Are you trying to heal something? I don't know. It's a rhetorical question. I'm just asking. Okay? The social context to addiction involves the person's immediate social environment, such as significant people around him, as well as the larger social environment, such as his community, workplace, school. Healing from addiction must occur in a social context where the person can experience safety and work through his problems with himself and his relationship with others. It is a perfect environment to heal addiction. We need other people around to heal us, okay? Or to heal our clients. And through positive relationship. Okay? See, it's hard for them to form positive relationship outside. You know that, right? They are not capable of forming positive relationship. Their relationship is basically because of drug use, predatory, exploitative, right? Exploitative relationship, using other people to support their habit. That's the kind of relationship they have outside. They have forgotten how to form a give and take positive relationship. They have forgotten that. Or some never had the opportunity to actually do that. But here, in our program, because we set boundaries, we set standards of what is acceptable, not acceptable relationship. They learn. They learn how to form relationship in here, right? And there are consequences if you actually abuse that relationship. Okay, so we're hoping that through the experience in our program, they begin to form or develop the ability to form positive relationships. If they do. Many of them, once you develop a very positive program, they become very close to each other. And not closeness with each other, like I told you, I've observed, it becomes a lifetime relationship with other people. They are not capable, many of them, of developing long-term relationship, right? That's a measure of emotional stability, the ability to form and maintain relationship. Many of them are not capable of doing that. Okay? Alright, so we're hoping that even that, if we can teach them or learn the ability to develop and form positive relationship, that will help them. Okay? That will help them. Yeah. Why do you think social support system is encouraged? Social support system. We're talking about relationship here. Right? In studies, clients with strong support system maintain their recovery better than those without. Why? Because of that relationship. Okay? They have enough people around them that will help them with self-regulate themselves. When they are in distress, okay, if there is a crisis, they can turn into those relationships to help them manage it and deal with it better. That's what it is. That's why those support systems are vital for many of them. Those people with no social support system, when they leave the program and they relapse or have a pickup, that pickup one time, it escalates into a relapse. But if they have a strong support system who can help them actually during that crucial time when they first pick up, they can actually stop. Or they have the chance to stop using it. It's a problem of self-regulation. Okay? And how do they self-regulate? They talk to another person. They have somebody they can run to. And sometimes in the absence of family sponsors, right? Becomes an important person in their life, especially in the early part of recovery, a good sponsor that they can run to, okay, and help them get out of that crisis. Okay, so healing must occur in a social context because there is a strong social component in addiction. So healing must also occur in a social environment. So a TC provides that social environment. The social context is the community, where the client, our residents, can find solace in the knowledge that he is not alone. The group helps moderate his intense negative feelings as a result of failure to repair himself by indulging in substance abuse. Okay? The TC environment with its structure and the social hierarchy provides members opportunities to learn about themselves through social interactions with peers and staff in groups and other activities. This is a practicing ground, a training ground for them. Okay, so if you have a good counselor, you are training them how to form a positive relationship, right? Because it's a form relationship. You develop a relationship with your client. So if your client is inappropriate in their behavior, you correct that, right? No, you can't do that. So they know you're setting boundaries. You're teaching them boundaries in relationship. Okay? So that relationship is very important. Listen, you know why relationship is so powerful and effective in influencing our clients? Guess what? They never have to do that. This is their first time to really experience a positive relationship. Somebody who can respect them, right? Somebody that can be honest to them. Okay, they never had that. Somebody that they can feel like close and safe. They never had some of that. Like I told you, the relationship outside is so dysfunctional most of the time. You agree with that? So you're providing them with this relationship for the first time, a healthy one, a positive one, a supportive one, an accepting one. You're very accepting, respectful. They never had that. You cannot lose with that. You know what? And that's a powerful leverage to influence them. I discovered that I told you, I discovered that in my outpatient counseling. Okay? Yeah. When I was working there, I said, our policy, 3 strikes, and I have to refer you to residential. Okay? Meaning, if you test positive 3 times, while you are in my case in the outpatient, I have to refer you upstate. And that means long-term treatment. Alright. Because of I was able to form positive relationships, many of them. Okay? Some of them were not able to stop using drugs. And I have to refer them upstate. Okay? So the things I was telling about caring, consistency, fairness, and I practice that. I never had any one of them argue or refuse what I said. They respected my decision to go upstairs. Not one of them. Because they knew I was fair and I care for them. Do you know what that means to be referred upstate? That means they're losing their job. But they listened, they followed on the basis of that relationship. Because they trusted me that, I'm not gonna do something that will really hurt them. I told them, you can always find another job, but you only have one life. You lose that, you lose everything. Okay, so this is it. Okay, so how did I influence them to that point that they would listen to me, willing to give up their jobs so that they can find healing relationship. Okay, so yeah, that's what you need to develop. And I know they never had a kind of relationship in the past, or if they did, very few. It's the same thing with your clients. They're looking for a positive, strong relationship, somebody that will accept them, respect them, okay? And you can provide that to them. And that by itself, you can influence them. Try it. I know it's a lot of work, to develop that. But you have a perfect environment. Your clients are not going to go anywhere. Number one. They are your captive clients. So you're already ahead of the game. Do that. So make your one-on-one contact with them meaningful. Cultivate that relationship I'm talking about. It really works. Do it. Okay. So, one important condition is to keep and aspire to keep our environment safe. That's a precondition for change, right? Safety. You have to strive to really achieve that complete physical and emotional safe environment. Without that, it's hard for people to change. Okay? Conclusion. Addiction should be viewed as a disorder with a social context that results from failure to develop healthy attachment with a caregiver or disrupted development of healthy attachment due to psychological trauma or other environmental pressures. These adverse conditions have long-term ramifications in the healthy development of the brain, ability to achieve self-regulation, and the ability of the person to form adequate relationship. Substance abuse is resorted as a means of regulating negative emotions and ameliorate the inability to connect with other people. So, recovery from substance use must happen within a social learning context. The TC provides a rich ground to explore ourselves and develop new narratives, forge new and more adaptive relationships, and rediscover hope. Okay? So, that's why the TC works. Questions? Comments? What do you think? Yes.
Doc, how can you correct these patients without offending them, Doc? Kasi di ba, these patients had trauma in the past and they had dysfunctional relationships before. So they might misinterpret whatever you say.
Okay. Good question. Thank you. If you, okay, you know, before I get tough with them, I make sure that we have a solid relationship. In other words, he has a high level of trust to me. Okay, so I strive very hard to get to that point where that person really trusts me. Okay? And once we have a trusting relationship, past relationship, I can do a lot of things with that. I can be frank and straight with them. In a gentle way. Okay? And they will not take offense, they'll be hurt, but they will not take it against you. Because they will always look at that, it's your way of giving concern. Okay? So first stop is that relationship. You know where I learned that? With adolescents. With adolescents. Okay, so I work with different, so from working with adults, I ended up upstate, where I live now. I live in upstate New York. So I was reassigned there. Okay? And then I landed in a diagnostic unit. It's similar to your EMU. But we only have 30 days. We do a lot of things in 30 days. Psychiatric assessment, psychological assessment, educational, vocational, the whole works for 1 month. And then we, at the same time, orient them about the TC. And these are adolescents. Adolescents respond differently from adults. Okay? Alright, but I also discovered that if I form very strong bond with them, relationship, I can practically tell them anything and they will listen. But I have to wait to a point where I have a strong relationship with them. Okay? If I don't have any relationship with them and I use the TC, like pull them up and confront them the whole thing, oh, they react. They walk out on me right there. Okay? So I discovered that the hard way. So, because, I didn't understand that. So I thought, because I'm a staff, I can tell them anything and they will listen. Not adolescents. Adolescents are different from adults. Okay? They will act out, they don't care who you are. They don't care who you are. And they'll tell you exactly how they feel about you. Okay? I like that about adolescents. Because if I deal with them, at least I know where I stand. Right? When you work with adults, sometimes you don't know where you stand. Because they are not as honest with those adolescents. So adolescents just like tell you exactly. Okay? So I learned my lesson. I said, okay, I can't do that. But once I actually develop very strong relationship with them, when I confront them and tell them, they listen. They will react. That's a powerful relationship, especially with them also, because they usually are coming from dysfunctional family. They don't have any really real friends. They have not experienced, with somebody, that who really cares about them. So they they hunger for that kind of relationship. And if you provide that, you have leverage. Okay? So do that. So you have all the time. Develop them with your Facebook. Get to know them. Develop really good relationship with them. And based on that relationship, you can achieve a whole lot of things. Believe me. And you will discover a lot of things about them. They'll tell you more. Okay? Alright. Questions? Comments? Please. Is there any microphone out back there? No?
So I have a question. With
Yes.
regards to relationship, I think when we build relationship with our clients, we also build trust with them. First question is, what kind of relationship would us staff would be building on our clients, and what kind of effective boundaries should we impose in order for them not to break these boundaries and not to break the trust that we are having established with these clients?
Okay, excellent question. When I say establishing a relationship, that's professional relationship, okay? That's the kind of relationship we can establish with our client. Not the kind of relationship outside. Okay? It's not a friendship relationship, it's a professional relationship. Okay. That involves the same thing. You care about the client, okay? There are boundaries there, and you extend that boundaries. In the beginning, they get so happy that you are very accepting, and before you know it, they forget boundaries, right? That happens all the time. So we just gently tell them, listen, no, cannot do that. Okay? Yeah, in a nice way. And before you know it, they understand. They understand that this is a professional relationship. I am your counselor, and you're the client. Sometimes they forget that. They think you're your friend, right? So you just correct it. Set the boundaries. Okay. But don't be so stiff, okay? Don't be so stiff. You can be professional without being. Alright. Okay. Thank you for that. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Doc. Doon din sa relationship part, Doc, because there are people who are maybe tag themselves as introverts at saka sobrang hirap kumbaga silang mag-open up. How as concerned staffs or these loads, paano natin mamomotivate sila to open up? Because even like this, parang demotivate mo siya but then there are just people who are very hard to open up to people.
Okay. Yes. What that means is they don't feel safe. Okay, that's an indication that they don't feel safe. That's one. Other is they probably find it, they don't believe that you're being real with them because they never actually encountered that in life. They always like suspect there must be an ulterior motive here. Why he's trying hard, to make me open up. So when you feel that, don't leave it alone. Don't try so hard. Just be yourself. Just be yourself. And then make them feel safe. Give them time. Some people just need time. And some people are just naturally quiet. That doesn't mean that they will be able to talk. They can eventually. I am very quiet when I was growing up. The same thing with your clients. Quiet, I don't talk. I don't open up to people. I don't feel that that's the same way. Okay? So, I keep to myself all the time because of the nature of how I grow up. To me, safety is say less. Okay? And avoid people. But because of that environment. But they are in a safe environment. Give them time, and say, listen, this is a safe environment. Nobody's gonna hurt you. Okay? So we respond, we adjust our style, right, and presentation depending on our environment. If it is a hostile, unsafe environment, we become like that. Quiet, resolve, stay on, keep your own business, right? Because it's not safe to, to open up to other people. But this is a different environment. So sit down with them and say, hey, listen, I'm just curious. And just, how do you feel about being here? Don't, not, don't be therapeutic all the time. Just a conversation. How do you feel about this place? And maybe, oh, okay, he's not counseling me. We're just talking. Yeah. How do you feel about this place? Before you know it, they'll tell you more. Once it feels safe. Okay, so the key is make the person feel safe, respected. So respect his silence. Even that respect. So be respectful in the person. You say, if you don't know, ask something. It's something like that. Have you eaten? Uh, what did you have for breakfast? You know what I'm saying? So keep it simple, and you don't have to be always a therapy. A simple conversation. I even talk about okay, so things that have nothing to do with therapy. I said, you have a favorite basketball team? I asked him, you have a favorite basketball team? Okay. So you open up a conversation with, yeah, who's your favorite? Okay, and then before you know it, it's telling you more and more and more. So you're talking basketball. What's wrong with that? Right? Isn't it safe to talk about basketball? Find something that he's passionate about and talk about that with him. Who says that you cannot talk about basketball or things? And then before you know it, that he's having a conversation with you, he becomes more relaxed, you feel safe, and then that's the beginning. Right? So what else can you use but talk about that is safe? Okay, sports is one, right? Filipinos are crazy about basketball. Songs. What's your favorite song? Right? What else? What's your favorite singer? What watch with these clients? What do they talk about? What else can you talk about? That might be interesting for our talk. Oh, hobbies, yeah. Hobbies, hey. What's your favorite hobby? Huh? Oh, wow. Okay. I think I have a worst story. Right? Worst story. Okay. No drugs. Don't talk about drugs. Okay. Movies. How about movies? Movies. So find something that generally interests people. It's a safe bet that people like basketball, right? Most Philippine especially like basketball. So yeah. So why not? What your clients is interested in. Start from there. I guarantee you, after a while, you will be talking about some other things. It's called breaking the ice, right? You break the ice. Okay. I know some clients are just quiet and reserved until they feel safe. The problem with that is when they start talking, you cannot stop them. Seriously, they cannot stop talking. They have a lot of things to talk about. Alright? So I don't believe that they have nothing to talk about. They have a lot to. Once they feel safe in your group, they begin to talk about a lot of things. Okay, questions, comments, jokes. How's everyone? Tired? Okay, so let me just check my schedule. I don't want to over. Okay, so is everybody still okay? Okay, so break time in 30 minutes. How's that? Yay! Yay! All right. Any more question about this subject? How TC works and why it works? Yeah? Okay. Ano susunod? Oh, okay. Yeah. We can start with therapist. Okay. All right. Let's move on to another topic. Okay, so this is, I call this like the therapist tree, working with clients effectively. Okay? Again, it's based on Cusolinos, helping clients become alpha from his book, Why Therapy Works. That's a great book. If you can get hold of that, Why Therapy Works. And then the Neuroscience of Psychotherapy. It was an excellent book. It's hard to get those books because yeah, you can order them. Try Amazon Japan. Is there an Amazon Japan? I know there is an Amazon Europe. Because it's expensive to buy them from Amazon US. The shipping is expensive. But if there is an Amazon Japan, I'm not quite sure that you might get the shipping lower. But if you know somebody in the US, they can send it through. There is a shipping that is a little cheaper. Yeah, those are excellent books, and those are new, based on new research. Wow, that's done. I miss that sound. I used to love that sound. It's a whole different sound of playing. You know? Okay. I can meditate. Okay, first, therapist, heal thyself. Heal thyself. Clients are only as good as their therapist. Do you know that? We cannot be effective with our clients unless we live and work effectively. So, it starts with us. Be good at what you do. That's what I said. Be good at what you do. Whatever it is. You could be a vendor, but be a good vendor. You could be a fisherman and be a good fisherman. That's my philosophy in life. Okay, whatever I tried my best. Okay, and life should go for you. Because that influences how you work with your clients. I see some people give up easily. Oh, clients will talk. I could make it up. Don't give up. find a way. Okay? That's how we should work. The client's ability to learn to self-regulate depends largely on his or therapist's ability to self-regulate. Remember what I said? It's interactive. We're constantly you know, interacting on a deeper level. Check this out. Client is so enthused, right? Relax yourself. Relax yourself. Respond in a relaxed way. And the clients actually will follow. Okay? And if he seems excited and you're excited, what happens? He gets more excited. Okay, so calm down. Somebody's acting out, right? Acting out, calm down. Approach the person, be aware about your voice, regulate your voice, be aware about your body language, be calm, breathe, and the clients, without even him knowing that, he'll be actually following you. In our counseling, right? We self-regulate ourselves. We're self-regulated. By the way, if you are so angry or upset, right, before counseling a client is coming in, but you just got finished talking to your wife, and then your wife gave you a haircut, because you forgot something at home, right? And she was so upset, and then you ended up getting so upset, right? And you had an argument on the phone, okay? And you put down the phone, and the client's not. No? Counseling, may appointment naman sa inyo? Counseling. And then you're still upset, right? What's going to happen there? You probably say, get out of here. Now, you're dysregulated, right? Don't do that. You know what you do? Tell your client, okay, sit in, just give me like 10 minutes, okay? I'll be with you. Let me just give you something. Okay. So that 10 minutes, use that to actually calm yourself down. Okay, self-regulate yourself. Do not work with that client when you are still, right? Because that's gonna communicate on the client. Alright, so just little things. So when you are working with clients, make sure that you're in a good state of mind. Remember that counseling is not just the verbal thing that you influence the client. It is your state of being. Your state of being is important. Okay? More than 50% of therapeutic outcomes are determined by the therapist's ability to promote positive therapist-client relationship and use the relationship for therapeutic leverage. There are so many, that study has been replicated over and over and over. They even compared therapists with, high degree and therapists with just regular degree. And the most significant thing is the ability of that therapist to form positive relationship. Not the degree. Not the degree. You can be the most highly educated person, but still the lousiest therapist. Do you know that? It's very true. Very true. Before, no? And it's changed a little bit. Before, in New York, state of New York, you can be a substance abuse counselor with only a high school degree. Or even an equivalency as a requirement. We had so many ex-addict counselors in New York who did not have a college degree, only high school. But I know many of them who are excellent counselors. How is that? You know how I found out? Because clients really love them and like them. They say, oh, he helped me a whole lot. And these people never had any training, formal training in psychotherapy or counseling. No degree. They just went through, the education, the basic education in substance abuse. That's it. And their experience in DC. That's all they had. But that was enough for them to be able to be decent Counselors and therapists. So it's not the degree, it's actually your ability to work with clients. Some people are natural, right? Some people are natural. They don't even have to work very hard, but they can easily form relationship with clients easily, right? And some of us struggle with it a little bit. But that doesn't mean that we cannot train ourselves. We can train ourselves to become therapists. Some people don't have to try hard, right? But I believe if you are sincere, and you really try hard, you can become one. And it's all about experience. Try to find out what works with your clients. You will find it. Believe me. Your own style is important. Your own style. Yes, 50% of positive outcome is all based on positive client therapist relationship. How is that? Isn't it amazing? In fact, skills come in like 35% or something like that. Yeah. Training, 35%. 50% just positive relationship. Okay, so first, take care of ourselves. Okay? Make sure we are healthy. Next, self-confidence. Be the best that you could possibly be. Work to enrich your knowledge base and hone your skills. Keep learning. The problem with some of us is after a while, we just like, we're happy with where we are at. Learning doesn't stop. Keep reading. Our field evolves so fast. It's so fast. I can tell you that because, I can see looking back, and now there's so much to learn. In this field, so much to learn. And what is exciting is they're coming up with really wonderful new things. So, if you are in the field, keep up with it. Okay? Feel secure in your abilities. Feel secure in your abilities. Your willingness to take risks depends on your knowledge and skills. Sometimes, you take risks with clients, with your intervention. Okay? When you commit mistakes in your interaction with others, apologize. Okay? I think that's what the hardest thing with some of us is to apologize. And I think sometimes we look at ourselves and, we're highly educated, we know a whole lot, right? It's very hard to say I'm sorry, or it's hard to say I really don't know. Okay, that's we should be humble, and to me to be able to apologize, that really shows humility. Okay, and humility is it's not easy to do that. To be humble, especially when you feel a certain way about yourself. Okay, so self-confidence. Next, take responsibility for outcomes. These are counselors' creed. Take responsibility for your actions and never blame others for failures. No excuses, in other words. Okay? See opportunities in failures and learn to turn adversities into learning experience in eventual success. Okay? And finally, no excuses. Okay? So, we find ourselves sometimes rationalizing, right? Rationalizing our failure. And when you catch yourself doing that, just say, okay, what's my responsibility for this? That's it. You own up to it. Nobody's perfect. Okay? Alright, so, there. Don't be afraid to fail. Okay. Don't be afraid to fail. to fail. Learn to look for obstacles and challenges as opportunities to test and learn new skills. That's what I'm talking about. You have this client, hard-headed, would not work with you. Don't give up. Okay? The same thing the problem that we're trying to fix. Some of you just give up too easily. No, don't give up. Find ways. You know, if I work here, I will not sleep well when I know I can make the program better. Honestly, I will try to find ways to make it work. Okay? When the going gets tough, only the tough gets going. How true that is. It's easier to surrender and give up, right? But what do you gain by doing that? Nothing. Learn from mistakes so history does not repeat. And finally, be resilient. Let me tell you, this is a true story. You know that, and it speaks of this. You know the scientists Carrico and Weissman? Come on, that first. Carrico and Weissman. Do you know mRNA? You know mRNA. What is mRNA? What? Okay, so, all right. And what is that in relation to the COVID vaccine? Connect those, what I asked, Carrico and Weissman, mRNA and vaccine. You don't know. All right, tell you the story. Okay, so the most successful vaccine is the mRNA-based vaccine by Moderna and Pfizer. But there is a wonderful story about it. Okay? So Carrico is a Hungarian immigrant to the US. Weissman is an American. They developed the mRNA-based vaccine, which Moderna and Pfizer are using. Okay? That was a breakthrough in technology. And that's the most successful vaccine, COVID vaccine. Now, the US came up with the first vaccine, you know that? I mean, uh, based on mRNA, developed by these two scientists. But before they got there, guess, how long has been the foundational science, the basis of mRNA vaccine? Guess, how long? The foundational science, meaning when they first started working on it. Several decades. Several decades. It's not a new technology. The foundational science is not new. Carrico started working on it before he completed the US in 1986. I think 86 or somewhere around there. Nobody would fund him because they think he's crazy. This idea to use mRNA to develop a vaccine was so outrageously crazy in Hungary. So people look at him as crazy in Hungary. Nobody would give him money. No university would hire him and fund him, right? So he came to the US, and University of Pennsylvania hired her. This, mind you, this is 1986, and before that, he has been working on it in Hungary. Okay, so he went into, he was hired in University of Pennsylvania, and he continued his research, but he was not making any breakthrough. Okay, he was not given a really high position in there. They were, the university just gave him a chance and see if he can do something. But the obstacles that he has to overcome to achieve what he wanted to achieve, which is to apply it into development of vaccine and other medical intervention, was so enormous, right? He failed over and over in his research to fix the problem. Okay? And he got demoted from the University of Pennsylvania. His colleagues doesn't really care about him. Eventually, the university demoted him and given him just a small corner where he can sit and work. Then a chance encounter with a person, Wiseman. They one day they met over at a Xerox machine making copies, and they had a conversation. Okay, the conversation led into discovery that both of them are interested in trying to apply mRNA into vaccine, but they are actually having difficulties. So they teamed up. They teamed up. Okay, and this is 90s, 90 something, 1990 something. They teamed up and they keep trying. They keep trying. They lost. Nobody would fund them, right? So they try their best. Just trying to survive, continue, did not give up until there was another research that gave them some hope that they could actually apply to develop what they are trying to develop. Okay? Long story short, pandemic hits. Okay, but at that time they're making some breakthrough already. They're making some progress. And then the pandemic occurred. So that expedited their experiment. They get some funding. Okay? Pfizer was interested. They get some money, and then they develop. Rapidly, they were able to develop the vaccine. Okay, through Operation Warp Speed or something like that they was had. They were successful. So Moderna and Pfizer actually, University of Pennsylvania allowed them to develop it, sold the license for that. So long story short, they won the Nobel Prize actually for medicine. How about that? She almost got kicked out of the University of Pennsylvania. Okay? And University of Pennsylvania made a lot of money over her research. They cannot license it because they don't have any money. They tried, but they had no money to actually develop the vaccine on their own. So the university sold. After all that what the university did to her, the university got a lot of money. Now, talking about resilience, talking about not giving up, we are talking about decades of trying and trying and failing and trying. Okay? So don't tell me that, hey, I don't believe in that vaccine because that vaccine got developed so fast. Look at the history of it. It wasn't so fast. It took ages before they perfect the technology. It's not a new technology, but it's a breakthrough. A wonderful thing about that is for the first time you have a vaccine where you do not use any virus that is weakened. Do you know the traditional vaccine are actually viruses that they inject to you? Not with mRNA. Okay? And it is safe. You know why I say it is very safe? How many billions of people have mRNA vaccine? How many doses? Billions of doses given. So if it is not safe, we would have known, right? We have known. The chances of it not being safe is much less than actually the other vaccine. They put a virus on you. Okay, so what am I trying to say? They're not afraid to fail. They know they're going to fail. They keep failing. But each time they fail, they learn something out of that failure. That's the spirit, guys. If we can have that resilience and persistence in what we do and try to influence these people, we would someday achieve that goal. Okay? Don't give up. Keep your own counsel. Don't be easily swayed by peers, pressure, and groupthink. Be able, courageous enough to think out of the box sometimes. Right? She was thinking out of the box. That's why they had that discovery. Out of the box. And nobody actually believed that they can do it. I've offered new ideas and new ways of looking at things rather than taking comfort in embracing the safe and familiar. Okay? Don't be afraid to come up with new ideas. Sometimes, discovery happens because people have outrageous ideas. It happens all the time, right? Although not easily influenced by how others view yourself, be keenly aware of their perception. Quick to recognize the merit of an ongoing of an opinion, even if it differs from yours and come from a unlikely source. Respect that, right? Accept that even if it comes from somebody you don't like, just be able to be open and listen. Your mind must be pliant as a bamboo, graceful as a willow. Okay? Openness. Keep an open mind. All right, you are so quiet. I know what that means. I know it's 2:30. All right, let's take a break here before you fall off the chair. All right, it's 2:30. Be back at 3 o'clock. Okay. All right. Have a nice break. You're awake. Ano yan? Chicken? Anong lasa nito? Chicken. Dulo ko. Chicken? Wala. Pero yung chicken, isda, pwede. So, ito, wala yung kasi sila sa akin. Ano yan? May chicken, di ba? May chicken na yung binigay sa akin. Ay, bawal sa ito. Ayaw ko kain. Ayun, no? Hindi ko pa nakain yun. Pero nakita ko yung chicken. Ayun, no? Ano yun? Ah? Ano yun? Kumusta ka?
Hi, Doc. Doc, sorry. Baka lang napapansin niyo, Doc. Nasa phone ako, Doc. Sorry, may ICU patient kasi ako, Doc. Meron, I have an ICU patient po kasi admitted. So, I can't help but reply, Doc. Sorry. But of course, I'm listening. Baka lang na-offend kita, sir. Yun na po.
Thank you. Thank you for it.
Yes, Doc. Mahiya ka, Doc. Baka na-offend kita or something. Thank you po.
Eh, dadali na daw. Dito daw yung chicken sandwich.
Kunin mo na lang yun, sayang eh.
Ay, sige daw.
Hindi ko na nagagalaw.
Ay, sige daw. Thank you, ma'am.
Nilagyan ko na yun ng
Nang dalagang sila.
Ay.
Ilang months kayo ngayon dito daw sa Pilipinas?
Bali, 5 weeks.
Ay, 5 weeks lang. Balik din po kayo.
Oo. Balik ko lang ako sa Bali, November 21. Wala na kasi sa ano yan?
With a egg sandwich po.
Ano yan?
Fried egg.
Pwede mo sa akin isang mayroon akong makeup po. Ha?
Thank you, Doc.
Yung
Tapos na ako. Salamat. Thank you. Good afternoon. How was the break? Good. So you still have a lot of fuel in your tank. Okay, so let's continue. The next one is keep your own counsel. Oh, we finished that one. Next is, what happened? Okay, be able to regulate your emotions. Even us sometimes struggle with controlling our emotions, correct? We sometimes act on our emotions. And we have a saying in TC, feelings don't think. Right? How true? Yeah, how true? Try to take hold of your feelings at all times. Again, like I said, it's a challenge sometimes to do that. Learn to recognize and express your feelings appropriate to time, place, and person. Okay? Now, listen, sometimes we can be worse than the resident when it comes to that. Okay? And, we're teaching them actually through the encounter group exactly that. The ability to hold their feelings and express it at the right time and express it appropriately. You know that? So, there are boundaries in a country group. You cannot curse somebody. You cannot put down or assault the person's dignity in a country group. That is part of the rules. Okay? To keep it safe. Alright, so they learn that. Learning boundaries. Learning how to control and then express their feelings at the right time and express them appropriately. Okay? And if they can learn that, that is a big achievement. Lashing out or acting on feelings impulsively often comes from feelings of frustration, helplessness, and fear. Okay? Learn some physical strategies to regulate emotions, such as breathing techniques. Once you become aware that you are all triggered, like if you're triggered, some of us have trauma experiences, right? And it gets triggered. When it gets triggered, we're no different than anybody who is triggered from trauma. So learn to be self-reflective, be aware of it, and then once you catch yourself, then do the breathing exercises. It's a form of self-regulation. Be aware of your anxiety. Be aware of your anxiety, okay? Because when you're anxious, you're less likely to think effectively or clearly. Have goals and a plan to where you want to get. Visualize in your mind where you want to get or where your clients or groups have to be. Have goals for your clients. You're working with your clients. Each client, you think of it. Where do I want to take this client? What's my goal for this client? What do I envision for him that he can achieve? It could be as simple as learning to control his feelings or learning how to self-regulate himself. It could be as simple as that. Okay? Or ability to verbalize himself. As simple as that. Because like some of you said, I have clients who would not say anything. So set a goal. The goal is for my clients to at least learn to verbalize whatever it is. Okay? I do that with each of your clients. You have a goal with them. Right? See, when you set up goals like that, it's clearer for you what you have to do with your clients. Isn't it? It's simpler because you have a goal. Same thing with all of us in life. Listen, many of you achieve academic, you have academic achievements. You finish your course, you become a psychologist, right? Did you set that goal to achieve that, to get there? How long ago was that? How long ago was that? Okay, now before that, okay, so when did you set that goal that you want to be a licensed psychologist? How long ago? No, don't speak for her. Take it back. It was clear to you you wanted to be a psychologist. Okay, 2012 and when did you become a psychologist? 19, 2017. So how long did it take you from setting your goal? Okay, so 5 years. But she had a goal, right? And she achieved that goal in 5 years. Now, if she did not set that goal, you think she would have achieved that? I don't think so. But she did not give up, right? 5 years of trying to achieve that, right? And it's true to all of us. The doctors, the same thing, right? It was a struggle to earn you become a licensed doctor, right? It took years, much longer than most, right? Yeah, but you didn't give up. At any point, did you feel like giving up? At any point in your studies, before you became a doctor, was there a point where you thought about giving up? Yeah? Oh, Dr. Dill, she was like, I'm gonna be a doctor. By hook or by crook. Some people are like that. But sometimes in moments of trials, we have second thoughts, right? I say, wow, can I really do this? It could be anything. It could be financial. It could be relationship, right? Okay? Uh, but what most of you obviously did not give up and you persevere. That's it. Because you have a goal. That goal actually keep you anchored on that. So in life, you want to achieve anything, set a goal. Same thing with our clients. Ask your clients, what's your goal? Help the client form a goal. Right? As part of your counseling, help the client set up a goal. Now, no big goals. Don't talk about I'll be an astronaut or something like that. Right? Nothing like that. Simple as let's go back to here. What is your goal in here? You know what he'll say? I want to get out of here. Right? Okay. Okay, so simplify it. And make it clear. Make it clear. Help them how to set up goals. Okay, so what would be a good first step for you? Like, a low-lying fruit that you can actually achieve easily. Whatever it is, listen to what they have to say and come up with a reasonable goal. It could be as simple as being able to actually speak in the morning meeting. Be able to make a pull-up. Be able to speak in the morning meeting and give direction. Anything. Okay? Help them. Okay, so that's good goal. Okay, so how are you going to achieve that? Okay, so when are you going to start? Okay, or a goal would be, I want to finish the program. Very, very broad, right? Okay, so before you can do that, what else do you need to do in order to really complete this program? Or it could be, I want to really give up using drugs. After this, I will stay away from drugs. How do you do that? I see that's a wonderful goal. So what would be the step to get there? Well, right? Finish the program. Don't feed it to them. Let them come up with the answer. And you help them. Okay, good. That's a great goal. Okay. Right? So he has a goal to work on. And then in your counseling, you keep visiting that. Okay, we're going to have with this goal. We're going to have with this. It's just like a treatment plan. Right? A treatment plan is setting up goals. Work with that. Okay, so goals makes it clearer where you are going. Okay, it's like sailing in a vast ocean. If you have no goal, you can be like going all over the place in that big ocean. Okay? So, same thing in our life. We achieve a lot of things. Many of us achieve where you're at. Whatever it is, you achieve that. Right? You achieve that because you set up a goal and you stayed with it. Okay? That's what that's all about. Have a vision and invest your energy consistently until you reach your goal. Take control of your life. Take control of your life, right? This is living effectively, right? Sometimes it's not us controlling our lives. You know that? Yeah? Who feels that way sometimes? That something or someone else is controlling their life. Don't relinquish that sense of control. Okay? I mean, you have all, sometimes you feel like my family is controlling me. To a certain extent, it's true. But still, you can actually take control of your life. Okay? Although you may work with a boss, okay? Boss, never relinquish your dream and ability to shape your fate. Alright? Okay, next. Understand and utilize the power of words. You know how powerful words are? Yeah. It can hurt, right? It can heal. See? Words can hurt and it can heal. So understand that. So don't be reckless about your words. Okay? I know it's easier said than done, right? Easier said than done. And it makes a whole lot of sense. Why is it that sometimes we forget? And sometimes we just say things that you regret later on, right? I think a big part of that is you don't have a sense of self-reflection or self-awareness, right? You know the word self-reflective and uh, 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 reflexive, reflexive, and reflective. A lot of times we are self-reflexive. Somebody did something wrong with us and we lash out. That is self-reflexive. Okay. So somebody, said something hurtful to us, and then we kind of think through before we open our mouth in response. That is self-reflective. You understand? And a lot of times we are not self-reflective, we are self-reflexive. We just act out the people. So this is basically saying is be more self-reflective with what you say, especially in moments of anger, okay, or stress. Inspired by measuring and carefully crafting words according to the situation. Learn to listen to others and more importantly to yourself. Be mindfully aware. Listen and carefully consider what others are saying. Okay? Sometimes wisdom comes from unlikely places, right? Places where you don't actually expect. You could be a little child saying something, so, oh my goodness, that's how true that is. And you catch yourself. Okay, so it can come in anybody, anybody. Okay, so listen. Compulsive talking is always a sign of anxiety and prevents us from connecting with others and being in touch with ourselves. Okay, there are sometimes that you just have to be quiet and listen. Always be self-aware of the impact of your words on others. How true. Okay? How true. So words are powerful. Words are powerful. It's so powerful that some of the best writers, they have been long dead. They continue to inspire people with what they left. Isn't that amazing? We don't even know who that person is, but we read these words and it said, wow, and it has tremendous impact on you. It's so inspiring. It's so true. You don't even know that person. See how powerful that words from that person? Right? So that's the power of words. Recognize and accept your vulnerability. All of us have what we call Achilles heels, our vulnerabilities, the soft spot in our lives, right? Be not afraid to face your own faults and limitations. Concede leadership to someone in areas of weakness and learn to work with him to achieve your goals. Remember, we don't know everything. And sometimes there are people who are better than us to deal with a situation. Be humble enough, you know, to seek that leadership and say, okay, you lead because you seem to know better. Or I would listen to what you have to say because I really don't know about this thing, but you do. Okay? That's a sign of wisdom. That's a sign of wisdom. Very few people will admit that. You know who those people are who cannot admit that he doesn't know everything? Those are very insecure people. Very secure people about themselves have no problem with admitting, I don't know the answer for this. I don't know if I am the best person for this, or my idea is the best. Okay? So, humility is a sign of strength. You know that, right? It's a sign of strength. It's a sign of wisdom. Okay? You can only achieve freedom from your vulnerability by recognize that you are not perfect and you can make mistakes. Then you are free. Okay? And sometimes we are captives to our own delusions. You know that? We are captives of our own delusions. Create a safe environment so people around you can explore their imperfections without fear of anxiety. You know, like in a relationship, right? Even in between husband and wife. You know, how safe is your wife to tell you exactly how he feels? Answer that. How safe is she? Because, sometimes when she's honest to you, you get so upset, you walk out. That is not encouraging, right? Okay, and it goes both ways. So in a relationship should be safe enough that you can be honest to each other and still feel safe. So look at your relationship. Is that the kind of relationship you have with your partner, with your spouse, with your friend, whoever? Something to think about, right? Okay, next. Select your partners consciously. Alright, look at the first one. In work and personal relationship, don't be attracted only to those who are attracted to you and avoid assessing the value of the person or their goodness of fit for a relationship. Okay? Don't get attracted only to those people attracted to you. Okay? And, a good fit is what? Oh, he is, he has the same educational level as me, or socially, something like that, No. It should not come into play. Listen to your heart. And your mind. Together, right? That's how it works. But you listen to your heart only, disaster. So it would be both your heart and mind together. Select your partner consciously and listen to both your heart and head. Very true. Select a partner who is comfortable with you, with who you are, your abilities and flaws. Right? Ano daw? Alright. Tell me more about that. Tell me more about that. Alright. Okay, so, alright, so in a relationship, when we're trying to start, right, we tend to hide our flaws, correct? And we don't talk about it, as much as possible. We hide it. That's That's normal, because you set the best foot forward, right? All the time. But eventually it comes a time when you really have to be who you are. Okay? And you stop hiding those things. And, you get the level of honesty and feeling safety rises. That's the time when you just have to, hey, this is me. Whatever it is. It could be, hey, your girlfriend or your boyfriend has a higher social status, and you would not bring your boyfriend or girlfriend home because you're afraid to see where you live and meet your parents. Okay? Not a good thing. Not a good thing. Okay, so come the time, you cannot keep hiding things, right? Be real. Okay? Because that's when you find out if your partner will accept you for who you are, or everything about you, and including your flaws. Right? Am I right? Okay. So, look for a partner, not a competitor. A partner, not a competitor. You don't have to compete all the time. Right? But be a partner. Sometimes you find yourself competing, right? There are a lot of movies made out of this. Seriously, right? I just watched one, and it's so pathetic, and I feel so bad because it was over that. It's almost they were all very successful, but one, got over the other, and then he deteriorated. He just like lost it. And I said, you should be happy. You would be very successful if they work together. They would have been better rates if they worked together. It so happened that the woman was brighter than the guy, and the guy could not accept that the woman is brighter than. Okay, so, but that can happen in a relationship. And suddenly, you're already married when you found out. All along, you were competing with each other, right? And you got married. You know what's going to happen? That's going to be a disaster. Because you will continue to compete, and you will overcompensate for what you feel is your inadequacy. And you will spend your time doing that over and over. And meanwhile, you forgot it's a relationship that you have to work together. You understand? You spend all your energy on the wrong thing. And then after that, there was nothing in that relationship. How sad, right? And imagine if, there is a child in it. Okay. So, it's simple. It's like that. Be real, be honest. Okay? At a certain point in that relationship, you really have to say, this is me. Or accept, you're better than me. You're smarter than me. There's no problem with that. I'm not that smart. Okay? Alright, so. Okay, we will talk. That's what Ruby said. Or, come to me later. Alright. Alright. Okay, be not afraid to be quiet or alone. Alright. Who is comfortable with being alone? Who is not comfortable with being alone? I know there are some people. Yes. Some people are not comfortable of being alone. I am one of those people who is very used to being alone. Okay? My wife is not. She's a very social person. And sometimes I envy her because she's highly sociable. And she has a lot of friends, and they know me because of my wife, you know that. Oh, that's Freddie's wife. That's Merriman's husband. That's the conversation. That's Merriman's husband. So she's more popular than me. And I said, oh my goodness. How come she's more popular than me, But she is, that's her nature. Okay? I recognize that. It's okay. When we go to like a social situation, and I know, people will come in, and I'll be going already. I want to be alone. I want to be quiet. I'm not comfortable with that. Okay, so even though you're highly social, you have to learn to be comfortable because there are some times that when you have to be alone. Okay? I'm just glad my wife started meditating. Before they said, to sit there for 40 minutes to meditate, you're torturing me. You know that? He said, I will never be able to do that. I said, no, you're just saying that. You can do it. You can do it. And all my life I meditate. She doesn't, right? So I started a meditation group. So finally she came. She came. And she sat in a group. She said, how long is this? 40 minutes. Almost saying, can we just make it 20? Okay. Well, I said, the whole group is used to 40 minutes. So she did that. And after the evening, she was able to do 40 minutes. So I told you, you can do that. So now, she can handle that because I am here and I used to like travel and she hates that when I was away all the time. Okay. Because in all our relationships, we're always together. It was disconcerting to be separated for the first time. And she got used to it. But it's our nature. Okay? Some of us are naturally comfortable with being alone. Some of us are not. But there are times when that is a valuable time to be alone. Okay? So learn to be comfortable with being alone. Okay. Care less of the opinion of others rather than a safe place in your inner world. A place where you can choose what you think, how to feel, and make decisions about your life. Yeah, be comfortable with. Sometimes you have to go against the opinion of others when you really believe and think you are right. And I'm sure many of us have been through that. And you feel misunderstood, but you strongly believe that you are right. And you stick by it. And you feel so isolated and alone. And that's okay. Learn how to be comfortable with that. Okay? Learn to be the best company to yourself. Yeah? You cannot meditate when you're not comfortable with yourself. You'll probably start screaming when you discover who you are. No, seriously. So meditation is a good thing. I've been doing that. I practiced that at a very young age. Not very young age. I was college. And throughout life, it's a practice. And it has helped me, what it does help me, it really helps you with critical thinking. When the situation gets so complicated, and you just really want to come up with the best solution, you meditate on it. You reflect on it. Isolate yourself and just spend some time thinking about it. And it just like come up with your mind. Okay. That's the answer to that. Okay? And by the way, that guy Cosolino, I found out he meditates. He wrote a book. I didn't even know. Buddhism is true. Okay? Buddhism is true. And then I said, wow, he's a neuroscientist and he's talking about Buddhism. Then I read the article, right? You know what he was thinking? It was just amazing. He looks at Buddhism not as a religion, but a philosophy of life. It is. Okay? I practice Buddhist meditation. I read a lot of my background, my philosophy is in Eastern philosophy. So I'm very familiar with Buddhism, Hinduism, and all that. And then yoga. That's how I got started practicing meditation. So I read Buddhist literature, right? The Buddhist is the most astute psychologist. You know that? The Buddha understands how the mind works. He does. If you look at the literature of meditation, his grasp of human nature is so profound. Okay? And his meditation is actually helping you discover yourself. It is not a religious, it's not a mambo jumbo religious thing. It is just a way of actually understanding yourself. So that's the way I look at Buddhism. It's a philosophy of life. It's a way of life. I'm a Catholic. I go to church most Sundays, I would say. It doesn't conflict with anything. Okay? Because I do not look at it as a religion. It's a philosophy of life. And you know, a lot of what he wrote about the mind, they're finding out. They're finding out the science. You know, he was the first one to say there is something smaller than the atoms. Yeah, he was the one who said that. There is a term, I forgot the term for it, in the Buddhist text. He said there is something smaller. He knows about subatomic particles. And you know what other thing he said? In fact, you can sense the activity of that subatomic particles in your body. If you are in a deep state of meditation, you can feel it in your body. Okay, so part of the Buddhist meditation is to feel the sensation in your body until you get deeper and deeper, and you get to a point where you can actually sense that the cells in your body are dying and another one growing, right? And the sensation, the movements in your body, you can sense. How powerful is that? Because he says the nature of reality is movement. The nature of reality is change, constantly changing. And you want to understand change? Notice your body, and you will notice change. We are aging every moment, from one moment to the next. We are not the same person from one moment to the next. On a micro level, we are different inside. How powerful is that? Right? It's true. It's true. Right? We age, but we don't notice it from one moment to moment. We notice it after 10 years, 30 years, right? Okay? But in reality, it is always happening. It's happening now. So the Buddhist meditation is coming into the here and now, getting into the here and now, and understanding what is going on in our physical mind. How powerful is that? Okay? So that's the nature of reality. Change. We change. Alright. So it helps you become very keen about your emotions, your feeling, the sensations in your body. Okay? And being in a state of balance all the time. That's the goal. Stay balanced. Alright. Oh wow, we finished it. Alright, I have an assignment. Okay. So that's the day, right? That's the lecture for the day. Okay, so no, you're not going anywhere. Okay, so we finished the therapeutic meeting today, and we'll start another topic tomorrow. We'll talk about trauma tomorrow. But before we do that, before we leave the PC, just like yesterday, let's talk about serious questions about it before we leave that. I'm sure there will be more questions, right? Okay, questions. Go back to your notes. We kind of, the encounter group, I just felt like, I think we went a little bit too fast on it, too quickly on it. I want